And hello, everyone, and good morning, and welcome to Uncivil Law, where, as always, we learn through the misfortunes of others. I am your host, Uncivil Law, a licensed attorney in both Virginia and Texas, and we are here with some news from the state in which I grew up, the state of South Carolina, a state in which I've spent 20 years of my life, a state in which I'm very familiar, the great state of South Carolina, the Paul Murdaugh state. In the trial of Alex Murdaugh, a disgraced attorney who is accused of killing his wife and son, is suspected in the killing of at least two other people, and is currently being charged in other cases with 106 other felonies relating to fraud on his clients. Because, as I mentioned, he was an attorney and he stole from his clients to the tune of something like $10 million. So he is facing many, many charges in many, many jurisdictions. Well, many places within South Carolina, at least. And we are here with the continuing coverage. We are on day 2 of jury selection in the Alex Murdaugh trial. So what my understanding of the situation is at this point is that we did 3 of 4 groups of jurors yesterday and in the initial voir dire. So here's what seems to be happening. We have sent about 900 jury voir dires out, which the entire county only has 38,000 people. So basically, we send a voir dire to everybody. All right, because once you eliminate everyone who's under the age of 18, and you eliminate all the people who aren't on the register in the voting rolls, right? So, like, of the 38,000, how many of them are like registered voters in that, and stuff? Yeah, and how many does the state even know about? So basically, we send a voir dire to basically everyone in the entire damn county. And we have had 3 groups so far of approximately 80 jurors each. And we apparently have 1 group more of 80 jurors. So we apparently brought in approximately 360 people of the 900 into the court for the actual voir dire process. And we are doing our initial filtering is what we're doing so far. So we're asking some basic conflict questions and stuff like that, like the basic stuff like, who are you? What is your job? Are you married? What is their job? Right? Because we're trying to determine basic conflicts. And we're trying to determine, and then we ask them, do you have any reason that you can't serve because you're like you're an essential employee for your business, or you're in school or whatever. And so that's basically what we've done. Just sort of the basic, are you a U.S. citizen? Can you speak English? We are just doing the basic voir dire so far. And then following that, we will do phase 2 of the voir dire, wherein we will take the 360 people that we have narrowed down to however many we've narrowed them down to. And then we will do a selection from which we hope to get 18 jurors. So we'll have individualized questioning by the attorneys. And so that process could take some amount of time. So I am projecting that we will be done with this by end of business Wednesday in terms of the process, but we will see how that goes. So I would anticipate that the trial will start on Wednesday or Thursday, but of course that is just a speculative guess on all that stuff. So we'll see how it goes. Yeah. And Wonder points out in different states, they do it differently. Some states do it, usually it's some combination of voter roll, driver's licenses, and property registration. That's usually how it's done. Some states only use one of those things. Some states use some combination of those things. So that's typically how it's done. So yeah, it's a lot of potential jurors to get through. Yeah, well, they've done pretty good so far. I mean, they got through 3 groups of 80 yesterday, so that wasn't too bad. And we got a 4th group of 80 to get through, so we're doing some good stuff. And there's actually a picture of the courtroom. Exciting, because we don't have jurors in yet. No. Now we got a real close-up of the state seal. So you got to see the courtroom for half a second and what it looks like. So good morning to everyone. Good morning to the 392 of you currently watching the stream. It is appreciated. We had a nice little conversation with James from court yesterday, who is attending this in person. and causing me to contemplate possibly going and attending this thing in person, because it occurred to me I have tethering on my phone. So as long as I can get a cell phone signal with AT&T, I can stream from there, right? Because I can take my laptop and I can tether my phone and I can use my data connection on my phone. I have plenty of data to use. So I can get down there and I can get a table and I can bring down my laptop. I can use my lav mic that I have. I can either use this camera or I use my portable camera, my little 4K portable camera down there. I get myself a table, I get myself one of those pop-up tents to keep the sun off of me. And I just stream with the courthouse in the background, or possibly the food trucks in the background, because that might be fun. So I am contemplating this idea. John says, I was surprised how easy to get press credentials. Excellent. So I might have James from court file for me, because he's there. It's like, James, could you file in my name? You're now my agent. Congratulations. Is a trial anywhere near where you live? No, not really. It's halfway in between Columbia and Charleston. So I lived in Columbia, so I suppose it's near in that sense. But that's basically where it is. It's halfway in between Columbia and Charleston. So not particularly near any of the places I lived within South Carolina. We are still in jury selection affinity, yes. And so the only thing I would need to buy, well, I need to get some sort of portable table, which I could get at like a Home Depot or something. That's easy enough. The only thing I would need to buy is some sort of portable power bank that can power a laptop and possibly a camera, and preferably with something that has some solar charging. So we might do some light shopping on Amazon today and try to find a sort of a suitable power bank. Excuse me. We might try to go on Amazon and find a suitable power bank that is capable of powering a laptop so that I can stream from the courthouse steps. And then it's just a question of what else do I want to shove into my car for this tailgating experience. We could make some cornhole things and have cornhole behind us. Invite people to play cornhole. Thank you for the bless you. That's kind of you. So we could do that. That just sounds way too much fun. Yeah. Yeah. Well, there's no reason to wear glasses with camera on them. I'm not going to stream from inside the courtroom. There's really no point, because I wouldn't be able to offer commentary anyway, and you wouldn't be able to see anything the camera would see. So there's really no point in me being inside the courtroom itself, because if I'm inside the courtroom, I can't stream from inside the courtroom. And, I wouldn't be able to observe anything more than the cameras really would. And in a lot of ways, I guess that's not technically true. I'd be able to see the jurors, so I'd have some additional context, but it's not very good idea. But streaming from outside the courthouse with the courthouse in the background and being like a live reporter and talking to people as they come by. We could have people come by, be like, do you want to talk on camera? People, what do you think about it? It's like, oh, whatever. Change my mind segment. Could be fun. Jackery are a really good solar power bank. Thank you. See, this is why I have you guys, so that you guys will help me with recommendations. Let's see. Let's do some light shopping while we're waiting for the court to start. Let's do some light shopping. All right, let's see. Jackery. Let's take a look. Shop, portable power station, solar generator. Okay. Ooh, this is interesting. Okay. Portable power station, solar panel accessories. We definitely want some sort of solar generator, I think. Explore how mountable solar panels and electric storage combine to create unbeatable portable solar solution. This is sounding promising. Yeah. So we have a solar cell connecting to the thing, connecting to the equipment. Excellent. It's quiet, no fuel. Perfect. So let's see. It comes in a couple different options of power. Let's see. So, like, even their smallest one should be able to do the trick. Like, I would think, like a TV, because 60 watt is probably about my laptop, 13 hour. So that should be enough power, I would think. So the solar generator 100 or 100 Pro maybe is the one for me, or maybe the 1500. Get some a little bit extra stuff. How much? Yeah, it looks expensive. How long does it take for solar to charge it? That doesn't really matter. The idea is just if it, as long as it has pass through charging, the idea is that it would keep it going longer. So it doesn't really need to charge it. It just needs to like bring in additional stuff. Jackery, Goal Zero, and Anchor are good. Anchor is a good brand too. I like their stuff. 3,000. I don't have $3,000. That is way too much money for my taste. $599. No. Yeah. Okay. So this is too expensive for my needs. I need something that's like $100. So $599 is too expensive for my goals. So I think Jackery is out. Check the power brick for my laptop, but I bet at least 200 watt. Fair point. I can send you a link to a cheap one for $68 without a solar panel. Use your phone. Lots of people do. I suppose I could just use the phone. That's a fair point. I could just use the phone and just stream with the phone. That's a fair point. And then I could just use like a charger for the phone, and that would be easy. Just put that on a tripod, easy peasy. And the phone itself, like just saving steps. Well, no, I can't really use the phone because I can't do the stream capture. Like I can stream myself, but I can't really with a phone stream with a source in it. You're never gonna get a wife if you can't afford 3K. Different money for different things, my friend. Different money for different things. Yeah. So I can't really use the phone to stream because I can use the phone to stream myself, but I can't stream the courthouse stream like I'm doing now. I can't do that from my phone. Tablet. Can you DM me in Discord? Sure, Chris Critical. That's fine. I can't do it with a tablet either. I really, to the best of my knowledge, I can't do it with a tablet. It is a business expense. That's true. But even as a business expense, I have to watch my money very carefully. You know, the channel is bringing in enough to keep me from starving, but not much more. So I have to be very diligent in my spending right now. All right, let's take a look at this one from Amazon. $169. This looks a little bit more promising. Let's take a look at this one on Amazon. But, hopefully with trials like this, the channel will grow, the brand will grow and stuff like that. So there is an argument to be made But still, I have to like base things off of what I'm earning. I have to be careful, in terms of spending and expenditure. All right, let's take a look at this one. Ooh, there's a 60% off coupon. Ooh. All right, this looks promising. Portable power station for camping. Analog electronic solar generator with AC DC outlet. 294 watt hour backup. Lithium power pack. Quiet. USB. $169 with a 60% off coupon. Okay. This is looking a little bit more promising. 294 watt hour capacity. Yeah. 150 watt power box. Suitable outdoor upgrade power supply. 5-year warranty. Okay. This looks good. $23 charges of phone, 26 charges of a laptop. This looks right. This looks pretty good. Okay. Okay, and it comes in a couple different versions. It comes in a 300 watt, 500 watt, 1000 watt, and 2000 watt. 300 watt is probably enough, to be quite honest. But it has a weird connector on it. So there is that. What is with this power connector on there? One AC outlet, one USB, two USB, and a DC outlet. So it's got an AC outlet, so that makes that workable. Okay, this is definitely a possibility. So it's got USB 2.4, Type C, it's got Type C, it's got input, it's got DC out, and it's got some sort of weird ass plug that I don't recognize. Is that like a universal thing for many different kinds of power thing? Is that what that is? The reviews, yeah, 3.5 stars, 35 ratings, not extremely promising. We are definitely shopping for the tailgate trial while we're waiting for the court to start. We're doing something productive. The weird connector is a global power plug. So I have to get a connector for it. It's for all plugs. Okay. So fine. So this is a strong candidate. We can do USB Type C. My laptop will run off Type C. And we got a plug, so I can run on my laptop off that. And I could also just get like a power strip and run it off that too. Plug in. All I need to do is plug in my laptop and plug in my camera if I'm going to use the camera I currently have and have my nice camera as opposed to a USB camera. But and it's 60% off. So I think this is a strong candidate. Do I have a big cooler for snacks, drinks, and Sammys? I can get one. Okay, great. It's universal. Fantastic. Does it come with power cords? I have plenty of power cords. So excellent. It doesn't have solar power charging. You can get a solar charger too, but it doesn't include it, but that's okay. So you just use it during the day and then you charge it up at the hotel at night and you're good to go. $294 watt hour backup. Sounds pretty badass. Double check my watt requirement. I mean, I have a really basic as shit laptop. I can't believe it takes that much power. And it will run off USB-C. And, so I think it'll be fine. 150 simultaneous watts. Yeah, I have a basic as shit laptop anyway. So it looks perfect. If you run 40 watts at a time, you don't have 8 hours. Well, that's a fair point. It says it can do 26 charges of a laptop, which I tend to believe is probably right. It uses some sort of proprietary power brick to charge the thing, though, which is slightly annoying, but, we can make do. I'm going to freeze my ass off. Yeah, I can dress for it, and it's South Carolina. It shouldn't be that cold. So if anyone wants to offer a competing option, I will tentatively add that to my cart. But if anyone wants to offer a competing option, let me know. Harbor Freight has a small jackery that I can run. Maybe that's the way to go. Yeah. Yeah, it's helpful to see if you can tweak the settings of the laptop. Yeah, I'll do all that stuff too to reduce its power consumption. But yeah, I can't really stream from a phone because I can stream myself from a phone, but what I can't do is what I'm doing now. I can't stream myself and stream the court from the phone. There's no way for me to do that inside a phone. They are still processing a jury. Picking a jury, yes. There are other good brands cheaper in jackery if you want bigger. Oh, there's a way to do that? Is there a way to do that? Is there a way for me to stream myself and stream the court feed from a phone? But it's a little complicated. From an iPhone? Pam gives $9.99 for the generator challenge, which reminds me to turn back on the alert box. Gas powered? No. No, I don't want a gas powered. I don't want the noise. I don't want the gas powered. I just need a big ass power bank. That's what I need. You make my phone a source to the stream? I don't understand what you mean. Oh, there's a new tweet from Miss Hogue. Let's check that out. Let's check out what's going on for Richard Hogue. We love Richard Hogue. Thank you for letting me know. We always do like to get some news about what's going on with our friend Richard Hogue. And we do appreciate all the guys who have been so helpful in terms of supporting him for his coverage, his recovery. Miss Hogue Law tweeted, Hogue update, the left arm, y'all. Things are happening. Keep those thoughts and prayers and pixie dust coming. So, good news. Some sort of solar option would be good. Just to be able to like have something to like power it a little bit while it's. Does it start at 8:30? I'm not sure when it starts. I don't know. I am finding things out with you as we go about. Am I plugging my camera in too? It would be nice to have the option. Yeah, it would be nice to have the option to be able to plug my camera in, because then I can take basically my entire setup. The only thing I wouldn't really have would be my microphone that I currently have, because I don't want to take like all that shit. But I just use a lav mic, which should be sufficient. But it would be nice to be able to plug in my camera. What's my camera? Sony Alpha 5100. It uses at least in my case, I'm using a dummy battery that just plugs into an AC outlet. Milwaukee MX battery pack. Let's take a look at that while we're doing some stuff. See if that might be the option, the answer to my needs. I don't think so. I don't think that's going to work for me. Make sure it's clean electricity. You could wreck your laptop and other sensitive equipment. I think it'll be fine, but thank you. Would I be the first to do this? I don't know if I'd be the first to like live stream a trial from outside the trial like that. I don't know if it's ever been done before. I might be the first. I mean, I won't make the positive claim. I don't know if there's ever been like a news outlet that has live streamed the entire trial from outside the courthouse in real time. I don't know if that's ever been done before. I might be the first.
At 9:21 a.m. James from court tweets, if Alex just arrived, this thing is already going behind schedule.
Could be, quite possibly, yes. Battery, solar power generator give you, yeah, I definitely don't want gas generated, that's for sure. I do not want gas generated. I just want, I just want a big ass battery pack that I can plug a 120 volt into, and preferably with some solar power. Tiny Dancer says, if I come down to South Carolina, I got to make a pit stop to see you. I'll try, although you could always make a pit stop to see me, to be honest. $5 Canadian from Sarah Silverman. Listening to Uncivil Law and the late, great David Crosby to brighten up my day. Any singing day, Kurt? It is quite possible there will be singing. Singing is good for everybody. Singing brings joy to everyone's heart. Am I definitely doing this? I don't know if it definitely, but it's definitely heading that way. I'm not, well, I grew up in South Carolina. I spent 20 years in South Carolina. I spent most of my time in Columbia. My parents now live near Greenville. My brother now lives Charleston, probably not near enough for me to stay with him. Also, it'd be a little inconvenient with it coming and going, to be quite honest, for me to stay with him. But yeah, I grew up in Columbia. My parents lived in Beaufort for a little while, so I spent time there. My parents now live near Greenville, so I spent time there. So I went to school in Clemson. I went to school at Clemson and primary school in Columbia. So yeah, James is co-host. James would be more than welcome to come. He could do reporting, during lunch breaks. I presume he'd still stay in court, but he could do presuding and stuff like that. Where can you find my email? My email is kurt@uncivillawllc.com. You can find all my contact information from my link tree, which I believe is in the video description. It says connect with me, and it gives a link to my link tree. And also, I think my email address is just in there, period. But yeah, you can always find the way to connect with me that way. And yeah. The courthouse is open to the public, yes. Sure. My brother went to Clemson. What year did I go to Clemson? 1999 to 2004 was the years I went to Clemson. I was there for 5 years because I got 2 undergrad degrees. Today, besides jury selection, there will be argument to exclude T-shirt of Alex. Can I discuss the DNA testing might actually exclude Alex's shooter? I don't have any knowledge of that. I don't have any knowledge of the evidentiary package. Um, I know the basic fact pattern, or I know the basic ideas, but I don't know the details, which is a very deliberate choice on my part. I like to come into these trials with relative blindness. Like I need to know enough to know what's going on, sort of in the basic framework, but I don't like to know a lot about the specific details of the evidence because I like to learn things as the jury learns things. Right? The ideal is that the jury doesn't know anything, which, in this situation, maybe is a little less realistic, but that's the ideal. So I like to try to do the same thing. Like I like to come into it. Well, maybe some of these jurors don't know the details. Maybe some of these jurors also just have basic familiarity. I mean, it has been the talk of South Carolina and this region in particular for quite some time, but they might not have any strong details. Like they might not know about the blood spatter evidence. They might not know about like a lot of that detail, right? So I kind of like to come into it, in that sense. I like to come into these things with some basic understanding of what's happening, but not a lot of understanding of the specific evidence. Because, like, well, I want to decide it like a jury will decide it, and I want to hear things and try to assess things in real time, just like the jury does. So that's sort of the way I like to do business. IPTE, oh baby, yeah, IPTE for sure. But the last time it was $10 was a long time ago. EcoFlow generator is the way to go. All right. Let's take a look at EcoFlow generators and see if they are the answers to my things. Steven says, be careful about answering these kinds of personal questions. The answers you give may be used in surprising ways. That's a fair point. I probably should be more cautious about it. But just the IPTE, is that Pig Latin? No, it's the name of the athletic booster club for Clemson. So most colleges have most high schools for that matter have an athletics booster club to help support the sports. And Clemson's booster club is called IPTE. And as I say, it's been a long time since it was $10, which tells you I know exactly what it stands for. Yeah, John says, I pay 10 a year. You got it. That's right. That's it. That's it. But yeah, I went to Clemson from 99 to 2004. I graduated in May 2004 with a BS degree in computer science. And then I graduated again in August 2004 with a BS degree in political science. And then also August 2004, I started law school. I had like a week off between them. It was hilarious. Sarah Silverman donates $5 say, how the heck did they not get the fraud and drug charges before he allegedly murdered people? Well, the murder seems to be like the ultimate culmination of this thing. Like that seems to be what happened, right? I mean, he was reasonably good at hiding the fraud is sort of the answer to the question. He was reasonably good at hiding the fraud, and there certainly was maybe some indications of things, but he was an experienced attorney. He had a lot of knowledge. He had one of the reasons he was so good at hiding it is that he had a co-conspirator who was, I think, the president of a bank. That I forget exactly what his role was, but he had a co-conspirator who was president of a bank, and so that helped a lot in terms of hiding the money and stuff like that. The co-conspirator also obviously has been charged in relation to the financial crimes, but the murder seems to be the thing that ultimately caused this whole house of cards to collapse and allow people to really understand what was going on. So, yeah. Anyways, we were taking a look at equal flow generators to see if they are the answers to my needs while we're waiting for the court to start. So let's take a look and see if this is the answer to the uncivil law needs, right? We're a channel on a budget. We are a growing channel. We are a succeeding channel. We are a thriving channel. By the way, for the 778 of you who are currently watching, the best thing you could do to help the channel right now would be to retweet the link that's pinned comment. That would be the best thing to help. It's the best way to help gain attention to the channel is to retweet a link. So if you retweet that link, that'd be really, really appreciated by me. I appreciate that. What's the best link to donate? StreamYards or Streamlabs. But yeah, the link to donate is the same. Every way to donate other than Super Chat is effectively the same. Super Chat is 30%. Basically, every other way to donate is basically 3. Right? So yeah, basically every other way is equally good. So if you donate using the Streamlabs link that the bot tells you about from time to time, that will allow you to still get your information up on screen so that you get credit, because otherwise I don't get an alert for it. So that's one of the reasons that I have that thing to say. It's from time to time the bot says, 30%, YouTube takes 30%. Have you considered donating via this link instead? So if you use that link, then it only costs me 3%, and also your donation pops up on screen. So if you donate any other way, it also costs 3%, but your donation doesn't pop up on screen. So YouTube takes 40% of ad revenue. So it's 30% of super chats, and it's 40 or 45% of the AdSense. But for you, it's 30%. So that's how that works. Yeah, there you go. Exclamation donate. I even forgot that it was a thing. But Juror remembered it's a thing. Exclamation donate. There you go. And then it tells you the link. YouTube takes 30%. Consider donating by Streamlabs instead. There you go. I even forgot exclamation donate was a thing. But you paid attention. So you get a bonus point. All right, let's take a look at these solar generators. Renewable clean energy. EcoFlow solar generators combine industry-leading portable power stations with solar panels to provide you with renewable clean energy and reduce your dependence on the electrical grid. This sounds promising. Portable power, store energy, renewable charging. This sounds promising. All right, let's see what we got. Let's see, compare solar generators. All right, so 2 times 160 watt panels, 1,260 watt hours. Solar input is 400 watts. Really? That's a lot of watts. I might be able to run it indefinitely on 400 watts. Damn. Let's take a look. It's $1,400. It is a little bit beyond my budget. We're a channel on a budget. I appreciate your enthusiasm, but we're a channel on a budget. But with your guys' support and with your guys' love and encouragement and with your guys' retweeting, maybe this channel will bring in money, and then we can afford things. Don't you need sunshine for solar to work? Yes. But in this hypothetical, I'm outside because that's what we're trying to set up for. Can I write it off as a business expense? Yes. But that doesn't mean that I can just be willy-nilly with it. Right? I mean, this channel last year brought in less than half of the salary I used to be making. So, yeah. I'm grateful for everything I have. It is enough to prevent me from starving. It's enough to pay for my basic expenses. but I don't have money to just throw around. So I have to be cautious. I have to be cautious, right? So like, okay, so can I afford $100 for a portable power generator? Yes, I can afford $100. Can I afford $1,400? No, I cannot. So can I write off the $100 business expense? Yes. Can I write off a $1,400 business expense? Yes. Can I afford it? No. So 50% less stress, to be short. Jackery, I couldn't afford either. Bengal pack. We took a look at it earlier. It was too expensive. It was too expensive. Yeah. Harbor Freight has solar power generators. Well, we can take a look at that. Do I think the other news trucks will let me use their power? Maybe, but I don't want to depend on that, right? I want to be able to, I don't want to bank on it, right? Because what if they say no? And what if it doesn't work out? And what if whatever, right? So maybe, but do I want to go down? Do I want to drive all the way down there on the hope that maybe someone will let me use their power? No, I do not. Would I ever go back to my job? Maybe. Maybe. I'm just enjoying what I'm doing right now, to be quite honest. I'm enjoying creating content for you. I'm enjoying being a legal educator. So I would prefer, all things being equal, that this channel really take off so that I can continue working for you. So all I need is enough revenue to make that viable, right? And so we have achieved bare minimum viability, right? That is where we're at. We're at bare minimum viability. We're at enough to pay for my basic expenses and allow me to not starve. This is great. Do we have enough money to like just to travel, to like get on planes and travel? We don't have money for anything, right? So if I'm going to go do this trial, like if I'm going to stay at a hotel, it's got to be like basically the cheapest flea bag hotel known to man, which I'm happy to do. It's just a realistic thing, right? I will drive there. I can't, the airfare is too much. Like hotel costs like $100 a night, which is nothing for a hotel, right? $100 a night. But if you do that for as many days or as in this trial, that's a real expense. That's a real expense. Gold Zero is doing 30% off in box sale. Okay, let's take a look at Gold Zero. Yeah, Airbnb. Yeah, I mean, I'm like something like that, right? But if it's $100 a day, and Airbnbs can be tricky. If it's shared accommodation, that raises a whole kinds of problems, right? So if I have to get a room in someone's house, that can raise a whole kinds of problems for practical considerations. But if I do $100 a hotel room for a night and I'm down there for 2 weeks, that's $1,500. That's a lot of expense. That's a lot of expense at this point in the time of the travel. Talk to James, share an Airbnb. Yeah, maybe James and I could share something. Maybe we could work something out and share a hotel room and split costs. Why go? The idea would be that me streaming outside the courtroom would the reason to do it. The reason to do it would because the idea at least would be that me streaming from outside the courtroom would bring in enough additional viewership and interest because of the carnival atmosphere of it all that to justify the expense. So it's a straight up business proposition at this point. Like the only reason for me to go is the idea that me streaming from outside the courtroom, even though I'd be doing the exact same stream, all I'd be doing basically is changing the background, right? That'd be the idea. So rather than me streaming with this background, we'd stream with the court background and the food truck background and stuff like that. And also I get to talk to people on the grounds and talk to people about stuff. And so the idea would be that it would be enough of an enhancement to bring in enough additional viewership, enough additional super chats, enough additional subscribers, enough additional stuff to justify its own expense. So is it a positive ROI for the channel? That's the reason to do it. This is a fair point. It wouldn't be the exact
Good
same
morning.
shoot. I would have funnel kicks. That is a fair point.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. You are here for jury selection, or jury qualifications, that is, in the case of the state versus Richard Alexander Murdaugh. I am Clifton Newman. I am the presiding judge. The clerk of court here, Ms. Becky Hill, accompanied by a number of her
How's the volume levels?
colleagues and
with the court versus me?
associates. Will
Hopefully
be
when I
helping us
talk,
with
it'll be
jury
slightly louder than the court.
qualifications.
But
The first part of jury qualifications is the roll call, which we will do in a few minutes, in which you will be placed under oath to give complete and truthful responses to all questions you're asked and to provide truthful information.
okay, Floor's louder than you, but clearly different. Okay, cool. Court audio slightly louder. Okay. Try to get the right volume level. which is
Hold
always
on,
tricky.
ma'am, if you don't mind, please. So the defendant, Mr. Richard Alex Murdaugh, if you'll please stand. Thank you. Mr. Murdaugh is charged with the offense of murder.
Slightly lower than the court.
He's accused of the murdering his wife,
we happy with the
Maggie
volume
Murdaugh,
levels? I
and
guess is the
son
real
Paul
question.
Murdaugh on
Maybe being slightly
June
lower than the court's
7th,
okay.
2021.
Maybe that's okay.
Outside their home
Court's probably more
located at
important than
4147 Moselle Road, Islandton, South Carolina. He's
Thank you
pled
very
not
much for
guilty
27
to that
months of
charge.
membership.
He's
That's very,
presumed to
very
be
kind,
not
Monacore.
guilty,
Appreciate
and
all of the
purpose of
uncivilians who
jury
hit that
trial
beautiful,
is to
beautiful
determine
join button.
whether
We
the
do
state
appreciate
can
it.
prove him guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. We'll proceed now with the administration of the oath and the roll call of those of you who are here.
Great.
If you would stand and raise your right hand, please.
Take a look at goal 0 and see if they can what they got.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to truthfully answer all questions asked you by this court, so help you God? I do. You may be seated.
Look at this power station from goal 0. Goal 0 is out of my price range right now, I think. I think the one that we found on Amazon for $120 and 60% off is going to be our winner. It doesn't have solar power, but it has enough power to work for the day, which is what we need. So I think it's going to be our winner. Until we can afford something better.
All right, we're only going to use juror numbers, so when I call your number, if you will stand and give me this information.
Look at hiking solar packs.
Where you work, what do you
Check my
do,
Twitter DMs.
are
I
you
will do that
married
as well.
or single? And if you're married, where does your spouse work and what does your spouse do? If you are retired or unemployed for whatever reason, please let us know what your last gainful employment was, and the same for your spouse, okay? All right.
I checked my Twitter DMs. What am I looking for? Thank you, by the way, for becoming a member. We do appreciate all the people who hit that join button. Yeah, I can hook up solar to that one from Amazon. That's right. I could just buy the solar panel separately if I want to go that way. So, yeah, I think that's going to be our winner. $170 and 60% off. Pretty good.
juror number. If you don't know what your juror number is, it's on your badge, okay? Juror 451.
There are no selected jurors yet.
Thank you,
All we've
sir.
done is initial qualification.
Number 455.
So we have no selected jurors yet. We've gone through 3 panels of 80 people. This is a 4th, in my understanding, final panel of 80. From those
Thank you, sir.
320 people, we have
459.
determined some number of people that are eligible, and from that is where we're going to get our juror. So that's jury is how we're doing this.
Thank you, ma'am. Number 460.
Thank you, P. Fuss, for becoming a member.
I'm a mechanic to my trust. My wife was a mental health therapist and married. She's out of the way of knee surgery before she can go back.
Thank you, sir. Number 463.
I work for Southern Tire Guard as a front desk associate. My wife does not work.
Did your wife work prior? Thank you, sir. Number 465.
I'm a self-employed driving instructor. I am married. My husband is also a self-employed truck driver.
Thank you, ma'am. Number 470.
I work at Walsboro Family Practice. I'm a medical assistant. I am married. My husband works at CLN Solutions as a warehouse supervisor.
Thank you, ma'am. Number 474.
This, how fast can I get it? That's the real question.
Thank you, sir. Number 476. Thank you, ma'am. Number 482.
I work at the Department of Health and Human Services as an eligibility coordinator, and my husband works for the Department of Human Resources as an auditor.
Thank you, ma'am. Number 484.
I'm retired, disabled. My wife is I'm a self-employed carpenter, and my wife is self-employed as a housekeeper.
Thank you, sir. Number 487.
I work for Continental, and I'm the work.
Thank you, ma'am.
Well, I could get this
Number
delivered tomorrow.
495.
I'm currently unemployed. I previously worked at Dell Foods as a line worker. I'm a student at my technical college.
Thank you, sir. Number 496.
I work at O'Reilly Auto Parts and Danvers.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Thank you, ma'am. Number 508.
She works in an auto
Number
parts store. I wonder if she's available
508.
to date.
Self-employed, married.
Thank you, sir. Number 509.
I'm a cashier at Continental Express, and I'm single.
Thank you, ma'am. Number 513.
Work at Supply and Beauty.
Thank you, ma'am. Number 515.
I'm retired, ex-con. My wife works for Road Supply, Walsboro.
Thank you, sir. Number 518.
I work at K County. I'm the manager of estimating and pre-construction services, single.
Thank you, sir. Number 522.
Currently unemployed. My last job was UTAC.
What happens if you refuse to take the juror oath? Contempt.
My husband works at Self-Retail.
Thank you, ma'am. Number
That's
524.
the right answer.
I'm employed at Boeing.
Hey, that's very nice. Super
4
chat,
Patriot Solar
$49.99.
Gen.
For Patriot Solar Gen.
Thank
Well,
you,
that's very, very
sir.
generous super chat. Thank
Number
you. Let's take a look.
528.
I work at Riley Chevrolet.
Thank you, ma'am. Number 530.
$50 is a very nice solar chat generator. Or a very nice super chat. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Number 533.
Okay. This seems a little promising. Well, the $1,800 is $2,000, so that's no.
Your wife is
Maybe they have a
self-employed
cheaper
doing
option.
what, sir?
She owns Plainfield, but she's a wage letter.
Thank you, sir.
All right, let's take a look.
Number 534.
All solar generators. And
Did she work
a little
prior
pricey.
to her disability? Thank you, sir.
The Patriot Power Sidekick is
Number
$500.
536.
That's a little bit beyond my budget. But thank you for the super chat. And thank you for the recommendation.
Did you work prior? Did you work prior to your disability? Thank you, sir. Number 544.
Thank you, Laura Beth, for becoming a member. Appreciate all of our uncivilians. Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. Number 545.
Unemployed, last known position was inmate consulting.
Thank you, sir. Number 548.
Disabled veteran, married, my wife is a housekeeper.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your service to our country. Number 550.
$20 from Deb for all the snark. Thanks.
Can you say that again just a little bit louder? Okay, I got
For the cause and the
Unemployed,
snark at the
single,
cooler.
less
Love, ya,
employment.
Kurt.
Thank
at
you,
a
Deb.
daycare. Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Number 554.
I'm on disability. My last job was a corrections officer, and I'm single.
Thank you, ma'am. Number 555.
Marcus, convenience store maintenance. I am divorced.
And the Jackery
Thank you,
Power
sir.
Station
Number 556.
on Amazon is only $300, but that's without a solar panel. But it might be a better choice. The other one's 60% off.
Thank you, sir,
Thanks,
and
Victoria.
thank her for her service also. Number 557.
Married, my husband and I are both retired from the state of Connecticut Department of Corrections.
Thank you, ma'am. Number 558.
I work at Premier Electrical Solutions as an office manager. I'm married. My husband works at Office.
Why do I not have the same dialect?
Thank you, ma'am. Number 559.
Well, I grew up in Columbia, which is, the state capital, and also I did a lot of public speaking in
Number
high school,
562.
and so I learned a more neutral accent.
And you're self-employed doing what?
Check reviews on civil.
What kind of business? What?
Fair.
Thank you, sir.
This one only has 35
Number
ratings.
564.
Great. If it sucks, I can always send it back, but
Before the park manager, married, and my wife is a dispatcher at Williams Auto Drive.
Thank you, sir. Number 567.
Since you're on the maintenance manager, I am married, my wife works for books and fixing the skill set.
Thank you, sir. Number 568.
this is also incidentally why recently I was experimenting with hiring a video editor. Unfortunately, they had a two-week money-back guarantee. It's like, we
Thank
want
you,
$700
ma'am.
for the month, which, by the
Number
way,
571.
is apparently what the rate is. It's like, basically it turns out to like $35 a video. But apparently that's what people charge. And I'm like, well, let's see what you guys can do. And 2 weeks, I'm like, yeah, I want my money back.
Thank you, ma'am.
Because I can't afford it.
Number 572.
I'm a full-time student. I'm married. My husband works.
I'm looking for a power extender. Yeah, that's basically what I'm looking for, Dawn.
Thank
Just
you,
power
ma'am.
extender.
Number
I just need to keep my laptop
573.
running. It's basically just what I need to do for the day.
And I work for a private family as a and my wife is a senior leader for HR for the Williams Auto
you, sir. Number 575.
They ask about live-in partners? Not in South Carolina, they don't.
Thank you, sir. Number 576.
I'll look at single, yes, as single or single.
Thank you, ma'am. Number 578.
Work at self-contracting out of Islandton, South Carolina.
Do they
Thank
ask
you,
about
sir.
live-in partners for this
Number
process? I would think it is
580.
important.
Less than $200 is a waste of money.
Thank you, ma'am. Number
You might be right.
583.
Emo under at least $200 waste of dollar.
Thank you, sir. Number 585.
Work at Crystal Electric as the payroll and billing specialist, and I'm married. My husband works at the Marine Corps Air Station as a firefighter EMT.
Thank you, ma'am. Number 582.
Can't afford that. Oh,
Thank
here's
you,
one.
sir.
Luetti,
Number
99.
588.
I'm over Carolina Contract Solutions, I'm operations manager on the board.
Thank you, sir. Number 589.
120 watt hour. That's a nice looking thing too.
Thank you. Did she work before? Say that again, please.
That's a nice looking unit, I'm not gonna lie. It looks like it's temporary out of stock
Thank
though.
you, sir. Number 593.
So that means their boyfriend or girlfriend could be a cop or related.
Yeah, it does mean that.
Thank you, sir.
That I suppose
Number
that will
595.
come out in individual voir dire. They might ask those questions in individual voir dire. It's just not part of the. I assume these are statutory questions, and it's the way the statute's written.
Thank you, ma'am. Number 596. Thank you, ma'am. 599.
The Bluetti one's out of stock, although it's definitely something to look forward to in the future.
Thank
This
you,
one looks like a
ma'am.
damn car battery.
601.
I work for Lucas Electric Company, an HVAC contractor. My wife is a curriculum designer for
The questions they're asking is the
Thank
question
you,
they're
sir.
asking at the moment is,
Number 605.
what is your job? Are you married? What is their job?
I work for Steve Alignment. I'm married, and my husband works for Boeing as a
Thank
Swapping
you,
to the phone
ma'am.
during lunch?
Number 609.
Do that. Maybe.
I retired from the United States Marine Corps in 2010. My wife works for the state of South Carolina. Tina.
Thank you, sir, and thank you for your service to our country. Number 612.
Legal Vices is here. Hey, glad to have you drop in. Legal Vices says, just pop in your chat, say hi during the exciting banner with the jury day coordinator. Thank you, Legal
ma'am.
Vices. Appreciate
Number
you dropping by.
615.
I work at MXC, I'm a student at
Thank you, ma'am.
That would be
Number
hilarious if there was
625.
like an official dating service offered by the county that was like this. Like, you know, you go in and you answer questions and stuff
Thank
like
you,
that. That could be
ma'am.
an interesting
Number 630.
exercise by a government.
I work at College Medical Center, and I'm
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Number 635.
I think 150 watts will be more than sufficient.
Thank you, sir. Number 641. Thank you, sir. 644. Thank you, ma'am. Number 648.
I'm retired, I'm single.
What did you retire from?
I got a
Loyalty EB3A is $300
Thank
with
you,
an $8
sir.
coupon and fast charge.
Number 650?
I work at Summersville Medical Center. I'm a surgical first assistant. My husband works at H&H Car Care. This is Jack.
Look,
Thank you, ma'am. Number 651?
on AD contract.
when the $4.99, they're $200 coupon too, which would make it
Thank you,
$2.99.
sir. Number 654?
This would make it $200. Promising. And
Thank
much better
you, ma'am.
ratings.
Number 655?
Work at Limerick, Central South Carolina, you told me, single.
Thank you, sir. Number 658?
I'm retired. I work for Cornell University. My wife was also retired, and she worked for Blue Cross.
Chris sent you two 300-watt units that come with solar.
Number
199 and 219.
663?
Supposed to comment under your last tweet with links since you didn't see the DMs when you checked. All right, let me take a look there too.
Thank
I
you,
appreciate it, by the
sir.
way.
Number 667?
I'm a realtor at SWH.
Thank you, ma'am.
Take a look.
Number 668?
Disabled veteran, retired.
All right, here we go.
And what kind of business is it that you own?
Liquor store.
Thank you.
That only has 13 ratings, so that's not super encouraging.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate your service to our country also.
That only has 4 ratings. Oh dear.
Number 669?
Invest in Mofi? What is Mofi? Power bank? You just get a power bank, I guess it's true. It would be nice to have
Thank
AC
you,
outlet
sir.
though.
Number 670?
Self-employed, AC for hotels and disaster
Thank you.
married with stay-at-home.
Thank you, sir. Number 674?
I work at Walmart in Delaware, and I'm single.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone whose number I did not call? If so, please stand now. Hi.
I work at Taco Bell as a cashier, and my husband works for Inline Construction and get information from HVAC.
And what's your number?
471.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there anyone else whose name I did not call? Please stand. I mean number, not name. All right. Thank you guys so much again for being here.
She's very
couldn't do
cheery.
Without you.
She's the best clerk ever.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have some additional questions to ask to determine your qualifications to serve. Is any member of the jury panel not a citizen of the United States? If you're not a U.S. citizen, please stand. If you're not a citizen and resident of Colleton County, please stand. If you do not live in Colleton County. If you cannot read, write, speak, or understand the English language, please stand. If you have less than a 6th grade education or its equivalent,
Right, I will be right
please
back.
stand.
Talk amongst yourselves.
If you have any physical or mental problems that you think would prevent you from serving on jury duty, if you do, please stand. If you have any physical or mental problems that you think would prevent you from serving on the jury. And a number of people indicated that they were on disability or disabled. If any juror is unable to serve on jury duty because of any disability, please stand. So do you believe you're able to serve or not serve? All right. And your juror number, sir? All right, sir, juror number 536 is excused. Thank you, and you may go. Anyone else? Yes, sir. Having trouble hearing? And how, whether a person is close or far away, you still have trouble hearing?
Yes, sir. I can't understand.
All right. And your juror number is
562.
562. Any objection to this juror being excused?
None from the state, Your Honor. No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir. You may go. Has any member of the jury panel been convicted or found guilty of a crime for which you could have received more than 1 year in jail at any point in time in your lifetime, regardless of the sentence, and your civil rights have not been restored by pardon or amnesty? If you have a criminal record, such a criminal record, it must be brought to my attention because you're not qualified to serve. If that applies to any of you, please stand. Yes, sir. Tell me your jury number. 621. 41. And what offense were you convicted of? Say it again. This jury number is 641. Okay, thank you, sir. You're excused. Anyone else? Yes, ma'am.
I was convicted of 2 misdemeanors, one in Dorchester County, one in Berkeley County.
And what were the offenses?
Malicious damage to personal property and self-defense.
Are those offenses, pardon?
Juror number?
Your juror number?
571.
Pardon?
571.
571? Let's see, is she on a list of some sort?
She's not, Your Honor. We're verifying.
All right. Okay, ma'am, we'll verify the level of offense. Some malicious injuries are less than 1 year. Most of them are. Shoplifting is 30 days.
It was 30 days, yes, Your Honor. It was pay a fine or serve time of 30 days.
Yeah. All right, we'll confirm the offense, but it appears that you are qualified to serve.
We had both that she mentioned, but again, those are not DQs, Your
All
Honor.
right. All right, thank you, ma'am. That does not disqualify you.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am. Is any member of the jury panel a clerk, a deputy clerk, a constable, a commissioned law enforcement officer, a county officer, or employed within the walls of any courthouse? If so, please stand. If you have previously served on jury duty in the circuit court within the past calendar year of 2022 or 2023, if so, please stand. If you served as a, yes, sir.
I served as a juror about 4, 5, 6 months ago right in here.
All right, tell us your juror number.
559.
559. All right, she'll pull you up on the computer and we'll confirm in a second. Thank you. Has any member of the jury panel served as a member of the grand jury of this county within the last several years? If so, please stand. We now move to juror juror exemptions. There are numerous exemptions to jury service. An exemption means you may choose not to serve. First exemption is for those of you who may be 65 years of age or older and who wishes to be exempted. If you're 65 years of age or older and you would like to be excused, please stand. Another exemption concerns prior jury service. No person is required to serve more often than once every 3 calendar years. So if you have served within the last 3 calendar years here in this court, circuit court, and you wish to be exempted, please stand. Yes, sir. Juror number? 451. One more time.
451.
Yes, sir. When did you serve?
Like a year or two ago. All of this is occurred like this.
You're what?
And it occurred like this.
All right. We'll confirm that and get back to you in a moment. If you served as a member of the grand jury of this county within the last 5 years and you wish to be exempted, please stand. The next exemption deals with those of you who may have small children under the age of 7 and no one to care for them while serving on jury duty, and you therefore would like to be exempted from service based on having small children or small child under the age of 7. If that applies to any of you, please stand. And tell me a juror number, please.
459.
And what is your situation?
My daughter goes to school about an hour away where I work. My husband works very late at night on call. I have nobody else to get her.
And your child's age is?
2.
Right. Thank you. You are exempted. Yes, ma'am.
I'm at 496, and I work in Bainbridge County. And my daughter goes to Bainbridge Elementary School.
And what is her age?
She is 6.
That qualifies you for an exemption. Thank you very much, and you are exempted. Thank you. Said 496. Anyone else? Yes, ma'am. This exemption applies to children under the age of 7. Thank you. The next exemption deals with those of you who may be attending school or working in some capacity with a school. A student, teacher, crossing guard, or other school employee, you have a school-related conflict and you wish to be transferred to another time when you do not have a school-related conflict. If so, please stand. Tell me a jury number, please. All right, I see 6:15, I got that. All right, and when will you be available to serve? When will you be available to serve? During the summer? Okay, we'll transfer you to a summer month, number 615. Thank you. Yes, yes. 513, yes. All right, we'll transfer 513 to a summer month. Thank you. Yes, ma'am. And when would you be available to serve? And say that juror number one more time. 625. You be transferred to a summer month. Thank you. If you're employed at the Department of Corrections and you would like to be exempted, please stand. If you perform services for a business, commercial, or agricultural enterprise, and the services that you perform are so essential to the operation of the business or enterprise that it would have to close or stop functioning if you were required to be here and you would like to be exempted. If so, please stand. Is there a juror number?
455.
Yes, sir.
I work for a very small company. I
said a small company. How small is that company?
Third, less than 30 employees.
Less than 3 employees?
Less than 30.
That does not qualify under this exemption. Yes, sir.
555, I've got 12 stores that I take care of all the HVAC refrigeration, at all locations around the clock.
You're employed by,
Parkers,
that does not qualify for this exemption. Yes.
465.
Yes.
My instructor, I am the only instructor of the driving school, so I'm not.
You could always go at the end of the trial
What
for
driving
closing
school is that?
arguments and verdict watch. More economical
Is that
on
your
travel
driving
expenses.
school?
Also, interest
465?
viewership will be at its peak and still drive a
You're-
lot of
you're
traffic to your
exempt on the
channel.
statute. You may go.
That's not a bad
If you're
idea.
the primary caretaker of someone who is elderly or incapacitated, and you would like to be exempted to care for someone who is elderly or incapacitated. If so, please stand. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the statutory list of qualifications and exemptions for jury service. It may be that you're qualified and not entitled to an exemption, but that jury service this week would impose a hardship upon you. I cannot permanently excuse a juror who is qualified and not entitled to an exemption, but I can transfer you to another time if this week poses a hardship. If that applies to any of you, please stand.
Your Honor, not with regards to that exemption, but in the earlier exemptions for serving court, I failed to realize that being summoned is the same as serving on a jury. I was summoned in March of 2022.
Right, and your juror number is
455.
455. Will
To the 1,000 of you currently watching, I do really appreciate all of you being
will
here.
confirm any of those
Just a
other
kind
numbers?
reminder, if you have Twitter,
Which ones?
if you could retweet this, and even if you don't have Twitter. So if you have Twitter, then
Okay,
retweet
number
the link at the pinned
559
comment. If you don't have Twitter,
served recently
then you
and
can hit
you
the
are
share button below the
excused.
video and share to your social media of
559,
choice.
451
It helps to bring attention to the channel and
served
helps the
recently
channel
and you
grow.
are
So if you
excused
could
as well,
please
thank you.
retweet the pinned comment or hit the share button and
455 served.
share to your social media of choice.
Yes,
That
sir.
would be
You
helpful. Thank
served
you.
recently and you may go. And the question again is that if service this week, or this case is expected to go 3 weeks or so, if service during this term of court poses a hardship to any of you and you wish to be transferred to another time because it will pose an extreme hardship upon you, if so, please stand. Tell me your jury number.
487.
487. Tell me about it.
I am about to start a new position on the 6th of February.
And when would you want to come back?
I see 22 of you have retweeted. Thank you.
It's an all year round job, it's not like
Yeah, I understand.
so you ever need
Well, yeah, everyone, most of the folks out there are employed, so that's not the issue. If this week poses an extreme hardship upon you, when will you be available to return for jury duty? During the summer month?
Yeah, during the summer.
All right, we'll transfer you to a summer month, number 487. Thank you. Yes.
Yeah, tweet the pinned comment. There's a pinned comment in the YouTube. If you could tweet that, that'd be great.
Yes.
Friday, I'm going to have shocks in my spine.
All right, and you'd like to be transferred to another time?
Yes, sir.
All right, juror number 554 will be transferred to come back at another time. Thank you, and you may go. Yes.
576. And it was my appointment.
Number 576. Tell me about it again.
My appointment.
What about it? And what is the problem?
I'm
Economic? You want, I mean, you won't have your job, or? All right, we'll excuse you based on what you said. Transfer her to a later time in the year. Anyone else? If you do not respond to any questions. Yes, sir.
484, I've got an ulcer on my shin that has to be bandaged once a week. Friday is my next appointment for that.
Oh,
I'd love to serve, but if I can't go to that doctor's appointment, they can't take me bandage all day.
You wish to be transferred or reschedule your appointment?
I guess transfer, because I go once a week until that ulcer is healed.
All right. Juror number 484 will be transferred. Yes, sir. If you do not respond to any questions that I've asked up to this point because you're too hesitant to respond, you must give complete and truthful responses to all questions. If you do not respond to any questions that under your oath you're required to respond to, please stand. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll move now to questions more specific to this case. As I stated, Mr. Murdaugh is charged with murdering his wife, Maggie Murdaugh, and son, Paul Murdaugh, on June 7th, 2021, outside their home at 4147 Moselle Road, Islandton, South Carolina. Has any member of the jury panel read, heard, or know anything about this case or about Mr. Murdaugh? If so, please stand. And I would like for you to give me your juror number only, and then you may be seated. Starting here, the lady in black. And remove your mask so we can hear you.
580.
All right, thank you.
509.
And after you give me the information, you may be seated. 509?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
470. 522.
476.
674.
Just a moment.
674.
Just one moment. We're going in an order. The next in order is the gentleman on the row with the what kind of color shirt is that? Plaid? Yes, sir. You. No, just a moment. The one that everyone's pointing to. You. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
556.
All right. Now 556 is behind you. Come on. It's in front. Yeah, right.
669.
669. Thank you.
651.
651.
515.
515. Yes, sir. 575. You may be seated, and you're going front to back, not mixed in. Yes, sir.
658.
658. Yes. 495. Yes. 601. Thank you.
674.
674. Thank you. The guy in the blue shirt. Yes. Yes. Just a moment. The guy in the blue shirt with the mask. If you pull the mask down.
556.
556. Thank you. Yes, sir.
668.
668. Thank you.
609.
609.
558.
568.
557.
557.
471.
471.
Check hash of reviewers for stars cuz it could be 3 ppl against other brands WKs of reviewers.
548.
It's a fair point. Thank you very much. I appreciate the super chat
508.
and the kind
And
caution.
This side from the
588.
588.
555.
555.
573.
573.
571.
571. 650. 545. 482. 589. 533. 593. 583. 596. 524. 528. 65. 564. 595. 567. 667. 558. What'd you say? 612. 663. 463.
If then that is being very annoying right now. I mean, trying to
648.
fix something.
585. 630. 595. 670. 530. 518. 582. All right, thank you. If you did not stand to the previous question, meaning that you have not read, heard, or know anything about this case, if you have not read, heard, or know anything about this case, please stand. And give me your juror numbers in like fashion. Yes, sir. 460. All right, you may be seated.
Sweet Lord God.
578.
Jesus. I've broken it.
654. Front row. Lead row. Pardon? Thank you.
Do I think they'll finish jury selection process today? They'll finish the initial qualification today. Whether they'll finish jury selection today,
572.
it's a little bit optimistic. I think they'll finish it tomorrow,
534.
if I had to guess.
544. 550. All right, thank you.
It depends how much the defense wants to
Now I
ask. It
need to know
depends
the
how much
source of the
patience
information that you have received concerning this case. For
Patience
those
the
of you
court
who
has.
have indicated that you've either read, heard, or know something about this case, I need to know the source of the information that you've received, either through a news article, a podcast, TV show,
God damn it, I've
TV,
broken something.
radio, personal conversations with other people. I need to know the source of your information, starting again on this side, for those of you who know or have heard something about the case. If you can all stand again on this side first and tell me the source of your information, starting from the rows and then...
Ron
going
Case
back.
only did 5 hours
Yes,
of voir dire. That was federal, right? Federal voir
Right,
dire
tell me
is
your juror
typically
numbers
much
and
faster
that
than state.
580.
Eddie,
Thank you.
shout out to Eddie. How you doing, Eddie?
Facebook, local news, television, radios, personal conversations.
All right, thank you. Yes, ma'am.
470, social media, news, office talk.
All right, thank you. Yes, sir, in the black. All right, thank you. And behind him?
658, internet news stories.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, the first group come back at 4 p.m. today. That sounds about right. 4 p.m.? Really, that late? Oh, we were waiting for a shout out in court for the source of info. That's cool. Thanks.
669,
All right, thank you. This man in the gold.
522, national news, has been put into a
I've broken if then that somehow.
and Apple News
I'm not sure what I did, but I've
All right,
broken
thank
it.
you. Yes, sir.
556, local news.
Thank you.
476 Facebook, talking to people, local news.
674, social media, personal conversation.
601, Post and Courier. My wife used to teach at Wade Haven High School. Kids news.
All right, thank you.
495, friends and family.
Judge Court says he's available 11 to 1. Yeah, he's more than welcome to come on.
All right, thank you. Yes, ma'am, Black.
471, internet and news.
Okay,
557, and the local news.
thank you.
568, New York Magazine, and the Herald.
609, local.
I know you went to Clemson. Are you from South Carolina? I grew up there. And if so, how far from where this is? Well, I don't live there at the moment. I grew up in Columbia. This would have been about an hour from Columbia, I guess. Maybe a little less. About that. About an hour from Columbia.
And
Deep
juror
breaths,
number as
yeah.
well. Thank you.
548, local news.
508, all of the above.
All right, thank you. We'll move to this side. If you all stand and provide the same information starting on the agenda.
588 radio.
555, pretty much every news outlet, YouTube, podcast. I live in the area. I'm talking to locals.
All right, thank you.
573,
broken it.
podcast, word of mouth.
How many Clemson Bears?
All right, thank
What's
you.
a
Yes,
Clemson
ma'am.
Bear?
571, rumors and news article and a documentary.
All right, thank you. Next to.
What's a Clemson Bear?
650, social media, podcast, word of mouth.
All right, thank you.
545, national news, local news, talking with friends.
All right, thank you.
482, local news.
It's Tigers. Last time I checked, yes.
Local news.
All right,
533, local news.
593, all of the above.
all right,
583, television, local news.
all right, thank you.
596, podcast.
Thank you.
524, just from hearing others talk.
528, local news, social media, and 605, Facebook, local news, and word of mouth.
564, local news, social media, and word of mouth.
599, social media and family.
567, yesterday.
667,
Are the lawyers present for this? Of course they are. Yeah, the lawyers present, defendants present.
paper, internet.
Yep.
558, local news, social media, talking to people.
612, local news and personal conversation.
663, local news.
And 463, personal conversation, social media, and local news. 648, news and gossip.
What's not working with if then that? At the moment, I can't create a new thing dealing with Twitter.
630, news and social media.
Or it's for Discord. It won't
National news, Facebook, internet.
it won't post for Twitter for Discord for some reason.
530, internet conversation.
518, National Public Radio News, Wall Street Journal. 582, local newspaper, social media, and gossip.
Because when I go down there for Discord, it says which channel, and then I say please select, and there's no options.
All right, for those of you who have heard, read, or stated others, or have talked with others about it, have you formed an opinion as to the guilt or innocence of the defendant
So for
regarding
some
the
reason
murder
it doesn't
charges?
understand-
If you have
doesn't
formed
recognize
an
my
opinion
Discord.
as to guilt or innocence of the defendant, please stand. And We'll take the juror numbers of those of you who have formed an opinion as to the guilt or the innocence of the defendant. 580. 509. 509.
515.
515.
655.
555. 573. 545.
593.
Sure, 250 for this court.
667. 558.
463. 648.
Doesn't
585.
670.
reconnect to Discord at this. Okay, I'd like to reconnect to Discord because for some reason.
All right, ladies and gentlemen,
Reconnect.
the law and practice requires that jurors decide cases based on the evidence presented during the course of a trial and the law as explained to you by the court. No matter what you may have heard or seen or what opinions that you may
Duke's
have
Barbecue?
formed,
Is Duke's Barbecue in Waldoboro?
is that whether or not you
Oh
can
man, Duke's
put all
Barbecue is
that
one of my favorite
aside
places I've ever been to in my
and
life.
decide this case
I didn't know it was in
only on the
Waldoboro.
evidence you receive in
Shit,
court,
man. We used to go there all the
followed by
time
the
when we were on
law,
debate tournaments. Damn. The Duke's
and
Barbecue
decide
and
the
Grill?
case in a fair and impartial
I have fond
manner.
memories of the quail in particular.
If you can do that, please stand.
I had no idea. Damn.
All right. Pardon? Yeah. If you can decide the case based on the law and the evidence as presented in court, regardless of what you previously heard, please stand. If you can decide the case based on the law and the evidence, as to those of you who have previously
resources being rate
formed
limited.
an opinion, as it relates to those of you who previously formed an opinion, the
this-
same folks who were standing as to the last question,
I think if then
who
that is
had
broken for
indicated
Discord.
that they have formed an
Says the
opinion.
resources being rate
All
limited.
those folks would stand again, who have previously
So I
formed
think
an
it's broken.
opinion. All right, this question is directed to all of you who have formed an opinion. As relates to you all, if aside from the opinion that you've formed, can you put aside all of that and decide the case solely based on the law and the evidence presented in court?
I'm going to live stream from South Carolina. I'm thinking about
If
it.
you can do that, remain standing. If you cannot, please be seated. All right. From the jurors who remain standing, who indicate that they can decide the case on a fair and impartial basis despite what they previously thought or may currently be thinking, those jurors are juror number
Reconnect.
522, 515, 585. All right, thank you all. Now, those jurors who, you may be seated, those jurors who have a fixed opinion that will not change or cannot
It's
change
reconnected.
based on
Service
what is
connected successfully.
presented in court,
Okay, great.
please
I think I've
stand
unbroke it.
again and give me those juror numbers. Yes. 580.
Connect.
509.
476.
All right. Now we're making progress.
655. 555. 573. 545. 593.
Save.
605.
Okay, great. Now I'd like to edit that if I can, please, to add in a delay.
558.
Add delay.
463.
30 seconds should be enough.
670.
Update.
Are there any objections to those
Yes.
jurors being excused?
I think it works now.
You wrote down that last list.
Now we'll just see if it actually does what I need it to do when it actually like triggers. All right, cool. Now that means I can schedule this afternoon stream. Because the problem I'm ultimately trying to solve, by the way, in case you're curious, since the judge isn't talking for a second, the problem I'm ultimately trying to solve here is that when the if then that was creating the tweet for the YouTube, for the lives, it's not including the thumbnail, which makes the tweet boring, right? So if then that, when it is creating the tweet for the edited videos, includes
Ladies
thumbnail.
and gentlemen, let's stand and stretch for a moment as...
But when it's doing it for these lives, it's not. So I thought to try to solve that problem, what I'd do is I'd insert a delay between the time the video is created on YouTube and the time that it tweets, in the hope that that somehow would pick up the thumbnail. So that is all what I'm trying to solve. So I added in a 45-second delay from the time the YouTube stream is from the time the video is created to the time it tweets, in the hope that that will work. So we'll see.
We're standing and stretching for a moment.
The judge needs to stand and stretch. That's more the point, right? It's like, let's stand and stretch. It has nothing to do with me. I just think we need it. Yeah, sure. We know what's going on.
Y'all didn't give that to them yesterday?
Because I'm going to schedule the stream for this afternoon, so I'd like it to include the thumbnail when it tweets it out. That's what I'm trying to. That's the problem I'm trying to solve. So I'm going to schedule the stream for this afternoon for 2 o'clock, for the moment at least, and then change it as needed. But I'll schedule it for 2. Well, that'd be 1 p.m. my time. So I'll schedule it for 1 p.m. my time for this afternoon stream, and we'll see how that goes.
Should be seated. Sit. Yeah. What says the state?
Your Honor, no objection.
All right. Those jurors will be excused. They're confirmed the list that I'm with what you all have noted. Juror number 580.
All right, schedule for this afternoon. Schedule, create broadcast.
580.
Schedule.
509. If you all will stand, number 580. You're excused. Yes, you may leave. 509.
This will be today.
Yes.
This will be 1 p.m.
476.
p.m.
471.
Great. Thumbnail. Okay, looking good.
Let's see, 2 folks. Just a moment. What is your number? 571. And you're 476?
Stream title.
I said 476 and 471.
Description.
471. 655.
Okay.
555.
That looks correct. Schedule.
573.
Now we'll see if it, when it tweets out if it does what I want to do. Please do what I want you to do.
593.
The question is, how bad did I break it, right?
605. 667. 558. 463. 648. And 670. The next question. Were you or any family member of yours or significant other related by blood or marriage or social acquaintance with the victims, Maggie Murdaugh and Paul Murdaugh. If you're related by blood or some significant other is related by blood, marriage, or social acquaintance with them, either or any of them, please stand. And tell me your juror number
583.
and your acquaintance.
We're related down the line.
You related to,
We're related. I'm, down the line, blood.
and you related to Miss Murdaugh, Mr. Murdaugh, all right, with the defendant Alex Murdaugh and his son. And what degree of relationship? You said down the line.
Yes, sir. I was told we were related down the line.
All right. And would that affect your ability to be fair and impartial?
Possibility,
Sir?
Yes, sir.
It would. And your juror number is
583.
583. Any objection to him being excused?
None from the state, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I think we'd like further inquiry.
All right, if you'll stay with us for a bit, Mr. 583. Yes, sir.
582, we're about 7th grade cousins to Mr. Alex Murdaugh.
And would that affect your ability to be fair and impartial?
No, not Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Yes, ma'am.
585, and I'm married into the family, and I just heard that they were distantly related.
And would that fact affect your ability to be fair and impartial? Thank you. If you are personally acquainted with Mr. Richard Alexander Murdaugh, related to him, have any type relationship with him currently or in the past? If so, please stand. Yes, sir. Juror number.
668.
Yes, sir.
Can I approach Your Honor?
Yes, sir. We'll have you approach.
Did I break
at the
if
end
and then
of
that
the
again?
process. Thank you. In relation, and thank you, sir. Any other jurors who wish to approach and make any statement outside the presence
How did
of
I screw this up?
everyone else, that is certainly fine. Now, moving
Legal Vices is rating.
step backwards.
Thanks, guys.
Hi,
to
Kurt.
the
We're trying
lawyers
to stay
involved.
entertained.
Both
We are
sides
stream
represented by
sniping you for a
counsel,
bit.
and would like for them
Love
to
ya,
introduce
brother.
themselves.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Legal Vices, for donating the 10,000, I guess that's won, from Korea. I appreciate it. Thank you for stream sniping me.
Savannah Gals, right here. Next to her is Johnny James. Next to Johnny is Don
Thank you,
Zelenka.
Tom, for the 10
That's
gift memberships.
David Fernandez
Appreciate it
right
very
there.
much.
John Conrad is right there, and then finally John Metters in the back. Thank you.
About $8. Thanks.
Court, Your Honor.
Yes.
I'm Dick Harpootlian. I'm a member of a much smaller team representing Mr. Murdaugh. This is Jim Griffin, who has his own practice.
You're welcome also to join my own stream. I know that you're streaming
Phil
too,
Barber,
but
who's not here
just
this
for the
morning,
sake of
and
mentioning it.
Margaret Fox, who's in Jim's office. We will
You could even like capture my stream and rebroadcast it or something. I don't know.
here.
You could figure something out.
Thank you.
If you've ever been represented by any of the lawyers or sued by any of the lawyers involved, or if you have any acquaintance with any of the lawyers involved or any members of their respective
Thank you. Legal Vices is very
law
kind of you.
firms or agencies.
At the moment, I'm
Sir,
trying to figure out
please
how I messed up my own
Yes,
if then
ma'am.
then that, because I was trying to fix a problem and now I've fixed it so that it's not working at all. I'm trying to figure out how I broke it.
which law
That's what I'm
firm
trying to
is that?
figure out right now. Also,
You
for
haven't
those
gotten
who
answer
might be
from
watching
that
from Legal
firm,
Vices,
but-
I am
but you can
contemplating
tell us while you're telling
going
us
down
your-
there in person and streaming from the
And what is
courthouse
your-
lawn.
Your husband's uncle.
I wouldn't go into the courthouse
lawyer?
itself because obviously I can't stream from inside the courtroom, but I
And
can
what is
stream
his
from their
name?
lawn. And so I'm contemplating
Yes.
doing that. So it'd be exactly the same stream that you have now, except
thank
with the
you.
added background of the frivolities of the courthouse.
Yes, sir.
And the food trucks and the elephant ears and such. So we're contemplating that possibility.
Thank you. And would that affect your ability to be fair and impartial?
I could also stream snipe legal vices. That'd be very, very meta, yes.
Are you or any member of your immediate family or significant other employed
Hold on.
with
Wait, I think
or
I
ever
can-
been
hold on.
employed by the Colleton County
Do I do this?
Sheriff's Department,
I could do this.
the State Law Enforcement Division, commonly known as SLED, the Solicitor's Office for the 14th Circuit, or the Attorney General's Office of the State of South Carolina? So
We could make
please
this work.
stand.
Just because it just is too funny.
All right. Yes, sir. Juror number?
530.
And the reason you're standing?
My brother works for the qualification department.
He's a current employee?
Yes.
And what type of work does he do?
Let's see.
Well, he's a deputy.
A deputy. All right, thank you.
All right, let's see. Whole screen. Let's see.
Yes,
Window
sir.
capture. Change window capture. Change to him. Okay. I need to readjust the screen.
For the Colleton County Sheriff's Department?
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Readjust the borders. Great. Do that. Great. Do that.
Yes.
Great. Start virtual camera. Fantastic. Add virtual camera.
Your husband's uncle. the
Add
same
extra
uncle or
camera.
Another uncle? Okay. All right. All right, thank you.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
then would that affect your ability to be fair and impartial? It would affect your ability to be fair and impartial? Any objection to this juror being excused?
I can even
I'll
add his
speak further
audio,
with you, ma'am.
although it would be with delay, so it'd be really weird.
Are you or any member of your immediate family or significant others employed with or have ever been employed with the law firm of Peters, Murdaugh, Parker, Ellsworth, Dietrich, or the Parker Law Group? Ever been employed by or represented by the law firm or law group? If so, please stand. All right. Yes, ma'am. 585. And tell me about it.
Has his uncle was employed as a lawyer at PNP.
All right. Thank you. Yes, sir.
601, my company installed the HVAC equipment at the Peters office here in Baltimore.
All right. And would that affect your ability to be fair and impartial as a juror? All right. Thank you. If you have ever attended any functions, any events, parties, hunts, giveaways, raffles, gatherings, or any related activities,
You can't hear the court? Let me turn it up a little bit. You can only hear me. You can't hear him at all? I thought it would add his audio. I guess not. Hmm. All right. Well,
from being a
never
fair
mind.
and impartial juror
I tried.
in determining the guilt or innocence of the defendant, please stand. If you are prevented by any religious or other type beliefs from being
Sorry
a fair
about
and
that.
impartial
I thought
juror.
that you were getting the audio from him. I didn't
I
realize we
understand
wouldn't
you.
add his camera.
Ladies
or
and
add
gentlemen,
his
there is
audio. I
a
apologize.
long list of witnesses that I have to
apologize.
call out
I was trying to be
and
creative.
announce.
I was trying to be
And
creative.
at the end of the
and-
process, I
and
will need to know
big
if
problem.
you know any of these potential witnesses, if you have any business, personal, or any other acquaintance or relationship
Yeah, I can't
with
add
them.
his audio, I think.
And if
Unless
any
I
of the
just,
witnesses are
completely
here, I would
stream
like you to
snipe them,
stand.
Which I suppose I could do that.
Daniel Green from the
That'd be
Colleton
easier
County
than having
Sheriff's
this
Office, Chad McDowell from Colleton County
Of
Sheriff's
course.
Office, William Cody Pruitt, Sheriff's Office, Denise Brenson
Hold on.
Smith, Hampton County Dispatcher, Angela Stallings, Colleton County Dispatcher, Dathan Varnado with the Sheriff's Office, with Fire and Rescue, Charlie Jones,
Sheriff.
Gary McCoy, Laura Rutland with the
Sure.
Charlie Jones, Barry McCoy,
We love you, Kurt. Thanks for
Laura
Kurt.
Rutland with
just
the
popped us out here.
Sheriff's Office. From SLED, Melinda Worley, Thomas Darnell, Rachel Wynn.
There we go.
Paul
Unsolved.
Greer, Madison Willis, Julia
What you talking about, Willis?
Begeman, Olivia Cartwright, Rachel Noel Johnson,
You can barely hear
Christine
me.
Dadabo,
Turn it down.
Norris Lafitte,
Okay.
Norris the feet. Oh my God, that's the perfect out. Jesus told me he was guilty. Yeah, you can't argue with Jesus. Unless it's like some
Sled,
dude
Jeff
from El
Croft,
Paso.
Katie McAllister, Claude C.B. Rowe, Roger Dale Davis, Michelle Shelley Smith,
Michelle.
from SLED,
my
Kristen
bell.
Moore, Jennifer Nates,
Legal Vices looks like he's
Linda
having fun.
Rast.
Also, I would
No,
like to
seriously,
say
this
his
list
hat is
goes
not
on
as cool as my
Barbara
hat.
Mixon, from SLED, Sarah
So.
Zapata,
This is how many witnesses they plan
Sheila
on
Kiki
calling.
Also,
Wallace.
he copied my look.
Megan Fletcher, Britt Dove, from SLED, from the U.S. Secret Service.
You can only hear me.
Jonathan Van Houten.
So before it was only
from
hearing the court,
Charleston
and now you
County
can only hear
Sheriff's
me.
Office, Paul.
Oh my God, I'm thinking I need a
Manicold,
cigar. This is just.
from SLED,
Still
Rebecca
only hear me?
Gregg, Bobby Bancroft, Brian
What are we
Dudick,
doing now?
Todd Schenk, Dylan Hightower from the 14th Circuit Solicitor's Office, Tom Bevel, John Bedingfield, Nathan Tootin, Nolan Tootin, Willis Chapman, Marion Proctor, Chris Wilson, Attorney Chris Wilson, Attorney Lee Koch, Attorney
For the 1,000 of you
Mark
who are here, by the way,
Tinsley.
thank you very much. I do appreciate it.
Wonderful. We'll find out if there are any Pastafarians. Oh yeah, we need the Church of the Flying Spaghetti Monster
Carson
to represent.
Burney from the Attorney General's
Random
Office,
fact: I
Michael
was one of the
Gunn, John
early
Parker,
early
Jan
people involved in the Church of the
Melnowski,
Subgenius with Bob.
Karen Sauls,
Bob from the
Eric
Church of the Subgenius.
Harriet, Ryan Kelly from SLED.
I got props.
I was one of the original
County
members of the
EMS,
Church of the
and
Subgenius.
formerly
I
of
got
EMS,
props.
Andrew Farmer, Charles Long, Curtis Eddie
Someone tell
Smith,
him I got props.
Attorney Mark Ball, Attorney Ronnie Crosby, Attorney Danny Henderson, Matt Wright from SLED, custodian of records from Savannah Memorial Hospital.
This trial is
registered
supposed to be
nurse
3
there
weeks.
at Savannah Memorial, Jessica Dunovan. From SLED, Tommy Robinson, Joshua Durks, Duerkp, Lynn Black, Kenneth Martin, BGA, Sidney Freeman.
Church of the
Hunter Wilson,
Subgenius.
Bailey Wilson, Anthony Russell from the Sheriff's Office,
From this lovely book.
Lynn Black from SLED,
Subgenius.
Blanca
They
Turbiet
are
Simpson,
Bob Dobbs, the Subgenius Foundation.
Kenny Hughes, Rogan Gibson, Will Loving, Bart Proctor, Randy Murdaugh, attorney, Jenny Seckinger, Annette
Yeah,
Griswold.
look up the Church of the
from SLED,
Subgenius. It
Paul
was a thing in the early
Murdaugh.
'90s on Usenet with Bob. We
Alfred
believe in
Johnson
Bob.
from JLA
I will read
Investigations.
you.
David
I'll
Grubbs
do even
from the
better.
Attorney
You don't even have
General's
to look it
Office.
up. I will
Demi
just read
Harvin
you
from the Forensic
from the book of
Science
the
Network.
Subgenius.
Kenny Kinsey from the
I'll do
Orangeburg
even better
County
than
Sheriff's
that,
Department.
because that's how
From SLED, David
awesome we are
Owens,
here.
Charles Gent, Ryan O'Neill, Courtney Adams, Jamar Al,
Let's see.
Yeah, that was like the
Uvalde,
original alternative religion
Oswald
thing.
Toledo from the Attorney General's Office,
No,
Bob's good.
and Jason Chapman from the
New
Sheriff's
song
Office,
for Alex.
Greg
I fought the
Cook,
law and the law won.
I'm not sure why. I got
Alice
connected there.
Hazel,
That was
CPA, Mitchell Altman from SLED, Mark Altman, IT, PSB, Stephen Bechtel from SLED, Attorney Eric Bland, Matt
Yeah, this whole
Brown from
trial is
SLED,
Attorney Bland.
Frank
God.
Chapman, Charles Chapman, Delilah Sorrencioni,
actually start.
Sorrencion from SLED, Timothy Collins Sr. from SLED, John Conley from the Highway Patrol, Tyrone Corbin from Varnville Fire Department, Keith Kirby
Feeling
from the
like
Sheriff's
there's just no
Office,
slack.
Gary
May have
Davis,
snapped already from
Mary Ann
information
Dempsey,
disease.
Richard
Sleep
Dixon,
of reason begets
Morgan
monster.
Dowdy,
Look unto the high
from the Sheriff's
unpredictables
Office,
and church
Richard
and subgenius
Haley,
for
Nancy
paracultural
Drawdy,
programming and
David Drawdy,
synchronization.
Yeah, I'm gonna go grab me a
Perfect your
cigar. Hang tight for a
Donna
second.
Eason,
Edit your
Ashton
memory.
Gant,
Relive your reincarnality.
Hallie Godley
Go.
from SLED,
Subgenius must have
Virginia
slack.
Hadwin,
Using
Jamie Hall
subgenius
from
secrets,
SLED,
a bully data,
Scott Harriet,
moralism.
Richard
Now
Harvey from the Sheriff's
miraculously
Office,
eliminate compulsive urges.
Laura Hash
such
from
as smoking,
SLED,
eating,
Bailey
sleeping,
Haley,
working, ending
Bailey
baldness,
Haynes from SLED,
constipation, sex
Michael
money
Hazel,
problems,
William Hedden,
soullessness,
Adrian
painful
Heffney
shortage
from
of
SLED,
slack.
Gray Lafitte,
Become a doctor
Henderson,
of forbidden sciences. Make your
Kendrell
religion a
Henderson
kick-ass
from the
adventure.
Hampton County
Indulge in
Sheriff's
self-help
Office,
through raising hell.
Marcus Hayward from SLED, Guri Buddy Hill from the Sheriff's Office, Tommy Hines from SLED, Jonathan Hallbrook from SLED, Graham
We're just loud
Holmes,
now.
Chandler Horney from SLED, Stephen
Right down.
Hudson,
Again,
Jennifer
as we find the right
Clinton
volume.
from SLED, William Hutto,
I added, there's a
Jesse
description of the
James
trial in
from
the
Highway
video
Patrol,
description.
Christy Gerald, Hannah Jefferson from SLED,
Below this court,
Blake
it
Johnson.
drowns me out. I'm sorry. We must have more words of the subgenius. Please, someone tell Legal Vices I am reading from the book of the subgenius, because this is just way too funny. Okay. Let's see. Where was I? We need a Hatter turning cuts with you two as gods. Funny. All right, let's read some more. Having guilt but none of the sex. Have intercourse with a beautiful live girl or damn near anything else. Thought you tried everything? You ain't seen nothing yet. Learn to think big. Develop the tricks of length extension. Bring your weirdest dreams rampaging to life. Defy the sinister star forces which mocks us all. Evil demons have kept the truth from humanity for thousands of years. God has been misquoted all this time. His actual words may disturb you, but Bob Dobbs is a bulwark against the unbeatable fear and anxiety tormenting mankind. There is no prob with Bob. Jen in chat asks, why is the U.S. Secret Service involved? The U.S. Secret Service's original mandate, and to date, their primary mandate is financial fraud. Their original mandate is counterfeiting. They were originally started as part of the Department of the Treasury. And even today, their primary mandate is financial fraud. So they're involved in the investigation of all the wonderful financial frauds that Charles Murdaugh has been involved with. So that's why the Secret Service is involved, because that's what they do. They do financial fraud. This historical lesson is brought to you by Uncivil Law. Continuing on with more from the book. See another dimension on your TV. Bob's promise is to widen the scope and nature of abnormal behavior, to explore new ways of going over the edge and coming back, plus to bring back those who couldn't be on their own, to help you create the highest possible earnings from psychodynamics of abnormality, to turn constipation implanted personality disorders around, and channel them into an illusion of creativity that will fool normals and get you sex. As you learn more and more reliable, safe methods of time control, you will find your IQ increasing. Your very cranium will seem to pulsate from within, barely able to contain the turmoil of glorious new concepts and mental skills. Soon you'll be able to withstand communication with X-ists, our mentors in space. You'll be ready for transfiguration into a new physical body, a more powerful one, built to contain the surging mental and material mutations that your brain now generates. Yes, become an overman, a dangerous and feared superhuman of the future. Yet because your subgenius roots can never be forgotten, you won't abuse your powers, but instead make them unstoppable force for good and justice, choosing always to defend the oppressed subgenius wherever they may be. The world is a turkey, and Bob gives you a carving knife. What am I reading? I am reading from the Book of the Subgenius, the Bible of the Church of the Subgenius, because that's way too funny. Fear the stark fist of removal no longer. Become physically attractive overnight. Attain status, luck, prosperity by blowing them off. When you join the Order of Knights of Wotan, you become big, strong, impressive muscles, a mastery of fighting skills, good health, an attractive personality, and above all, a weird ability to influence others, to bend them to your will, total domination of bosses, teachers, dates, the job improvement that comes with confidence, instant higher grades or earnings without even trying. You will learn.
Bob is good.
Bob is good for sure. You will learn incantations that will lead to mastery over fiscal planes. Fiscal planes. The occult technology of finance power. Easy ways to borrow money from other people who don't have it either. Achieve sheer guts blowout. Our assentivism contains solely of absence from absence. Give up the not giving into temptation. Think thoughts that no man has ever dared think before. You can learn to recall memories from the past that you've forgotten or that never existed at all. This sounds very 1950s. 1970s, I believe, is when this was. This book was published, let's see. Let's see, there's a copyright down here somewhere. Presumably. 1983 is copyrighted. This book was copyrighted. So yeah, I think it started in the 1970s. And then this book was copyrighted in 1983. So, yeah. Continuing on from our teachings of the Book of the Subgenius. Contact aliens, both benevolent and evil. They reveal themselves to be worthy at our altar of Exis contact. Attend end-of-the-world drills at our survival farms. Learn body repair, frenzy techniques, and excremidation. Evaluate and use the so-called accidents and coincidence in your time stream. Perform long, complicated, impressive-looking rituals of communication with desired sex. At Jungle Settlement of Dobbstown, skilled doctors trained by Bob himself can give you acu-beating therapy, stress aversion by direct electrical brain stimulation, breast enlargement through hypnosis, amnesiatic de-inhibitional experience erasure, even plastic surgery through therapeutic mind letting. Yeah. So that's good times. That's good times. So I'm here with all of your Book of the Subgenius needs. Let's see.
You should read from this like Rakita reads the unbreaded segment.
You think so? I think I should read from this like Rakita reads from the unbreaded segment. All right, chapter 1. That was all introduction, by the way. That was the prologue. Chapter 1, don't laugh. I don't practice what I preach because I'm not the kind of person I'm preaching to. We believe in a planet that's being led to destruction by a race of inferior creatures who place blind trust in their own culturally dictated concepts of intelligence. Look, you guys, you know as well as I do. They may be smart, but they don't have good sense. Dear querent into the profundities of this twisted randomness we call reality. Is this some kind of joke? Well, if you thought the church was a joke, then by God, you'll never get the punchline. Oh, we're the first to admit that we deliver far more laughs and yucks per dollar than Scientology, the Unification Church, or any other religious group, except possibly the Southern Baptists. But they are for brain death. We are against brain death. That would put a damn bounty on our heads, except that we tread the thin wire of jokes just enough not to have been covertly killed or bought. My God, look at what they did to many of our predecessors that kept straight faces. No, this is no joke, no parody. Only the foulness of your programming keeps you from believing. We have thousands of members, nationwide revivals, radio shows, and so on. But we do. Not only are we not kidding, but we'll even piss you off. Indeed, that's our job, our calling, our mission. We are going to shock the hell out of every man, woman, and child on this planet. It's a big job, and we only have until 1998 to do so. Still, it's enough time for the church to be infiltrated and made evil if we don't watch ourselves. Yes, beware. The biggest danger this earth faces is the church of the subgenius becoming popular and turning into one big cheap joke. The conspiracy has a way of doing that to damn near anything that comes near it. That is, tries to make a buck. And when the industrial church, the final organization, takes full power over the entire globe in 1998, it just better not have been tainted and cheapened by such normal armies as pinks, punks, false prophets, hippies, right-wing nerds, obnoxious would-be heap cats, Nazis, commies, glorps, or as the prophesized hypercleats dubbed them, mal-aligned normals. The teaching of Bobs are not universal. For the pink at heart, they simply won't work. For the evil, they'll backfire. And they even be damn hard to follow for the ignorant subgeniuses. But we must not water them down. The conspiracy will assimilate them, turn them to fist their plans, and send them back to us crippled, useless condition. And apparently there are some definitions, by the way. Pinks is slang corruption for the formal subgenius derogatory term pink boys, meaning any sheep-like status quo normalty dupe living in terror of making his or her own decisions, usually possessed of unusual blank facial expression, characterized by mental turbidity, masked by physical self-assurance. Term does not refer to skin color, sexual identity, or proclivities, or age, though it does derive from black slang for suburban white men. What is pink? In the church of the subgenius's definition, it is their outlook. So, exciting and fun for all. Exciting and fun for all. So I hope we have enjoyed this. Is Legal Vices chat enjoying any of this? Are any of those over there? I could go into his chat and say we're reading from the Church of the Subgenius in his own chat, but that seems rude. As we're waiting for the court to resume. I'll bring back up the court's actual feed in case he wants to stream snipe us or something. And if he stream snipes us, we'll read more of the Church of the Subgenius. How y'all doing? The book is a pre-internet definition meme. Yeah, it's obviously a parody religion. It's a parody religion like the Church of the Flying Spaghetti Monster. It just predates the Church of the Flying Spaghetti Monster. This is some late 1970s shit. Yeah. I'm not thanking Legal Vices for this little decor. Funny. So there's only 800 of us watching. So I think I lost 200 people by reading from the book. Wow. That's annoying. Lol. We could read from some court documents relating to this. We could do something productive with our time, if we like. I just tuned in. Is Bob the spaghetti god? He's not the spaghetti god. It's just a different parody religion. The Church of the Subgenius is a parody religion, predates Church of the Flying Spaghetti Monster, but it has similar elements to it. And legal vices mentioned the Church of the Flying Spaghetti Monster and the Church of the Subgenius, and I just happen to have both books sitting next to me. So, just to prove my bona fides, I whip out the book and start reading. Yeah, I think at the moment they're doing individual juror stuff is what they're doing. Yeah, there is no sound right now. There's no sound. There's no sound in my ear either. 790, we continue to lose people on stream. This is very disappointing and annoying. Let's see if we can gain some of them back by, doing something that's vaguely related to the case. I guess people were not in for the Church of the Subgenius. Let's see. Someone sent me links for the thing. Now I have to find out where the links are for the thing. Someone sent me links for it. I saw them send me links for it. I just don't know where they are. What's he charged with? Murder. Double murder. You're 40 today. Happy birthday, Abby. You and I share a very close birthday. My birthday was on the 13th. Happy birthday to you, Abby. And I also broke my if then that bot, and I'm not sure it's been fixed yet, because I don't think it actually sent out the notification on Twitter at all. So I still have to fix that too at some point. It didn't send out the tweet for no particular reason. That is very, very annoying. I've broken something, and now I have to figure out how to fix it. Let's see. Edit. That looks like the right channel ID. Let's see if I can fix this damn bot. Go to my studio. I have to find the channel ID, make sure it's the correct channel ID. Let's see, where is it? Where's my own channel ID? It's around here somewhere. Customization. Basic info. No, that's not it. Where's my channel ID? There it is. Yeah, so that's the right channel ID. Copy that. Copy that. Update trigger. Okay. If new video by channel, then tweet and post message and create status message. And none of those things happened when I created the link for this afternoon. So why did I break it, and how do I fix it being broke? These are the questions that plague my mind. Rest of jury selection is tomorrow morning. Did they give up? Are they done for the day? Did they say they were actually done for the day? Are we actually done for the day? Did I miss it when I was reading from the Church of the Subgenius? I mean, the stream is still, the video camera is still streaming, so I assume they're not done for the day.
Where do you think we'd be today, judicially, if Governor William Phipps didn't end the special witchcraft court in Salem?
Why also am I hearing the notification twice? Pretrial arguments this afternoon? That sounds unlikely. Yeah, this is just the part where they mute after the names. Yeah, they never said they were done. Yeah, I didn't think so. I didn't think they'd be done yet. That sounded very unlikely to me. Okay, so it says something ran. View activity. H726 it ran. It ran at 7:50. It ran at 9:57. Action ran 9:58. Alex Murdaugh trial PM. So it says it tweeted. Did it actually tweet? Where's my own Twitter? It did tweet. It just didn't include the image for the thumbnail, which was the problem I was trying to solve in the first place, which is extremely annoying. That is extremely annoying. It didn't include the thumbnail, but it did do what I asked it to do. It just didn't do what I was trying to. It did actually tweet it. It just didn't actually include the thumbnail for some reason, and I don't know why, and it's really annoying me. See, it includes the thumbnail when it tweets it on Discord, but it didn't include it when it tweeted it on Twitter. I don't get it. I don't understand. I'm confused. Nothing makes sense. Told me. Well, if you want to do something helpful, the 700 of you who are currently here, you can also retweet this link to bring some attention to the afternoon stream while we're waiting for the court to do whatever it's doing. So I broke if then that, then I fixed it, but it didn't do what I wanted it to do. It didn't include the thumbnail for some reason, which is incredibly annoying. Why are you not including the thumbnail? Go ahead and pin that tweet to the head of that topic for this afternoon session. Okay, great. So now that I have solved all those problems, let me go back to what I was trying to do earlier, which is trying to find where someone had messaged me a copy of the motions relating to the case, because someone sent me a copy of some stuff. And now I have to find where the things are. So at least we can read something productive. Can you share it somewhere else? Yes, you can. You can obviously do that. You just hit the share button below the video and you send it to your social media of choice. So that would also be fine and appreciated. So now I just have to figure out where the person sent me the links for the documents in the case so that I can do those while I'm waiting for the court to come back. So where did I leave that? Was it in my notifications for Twitter? No, it wasn't there. Was it in my DMs? No. Yes. No. Okay. Was it in Discord? Was it a DM in Discord? I could have sworn someone sent me some links earlier, and I just don't know where they are now. So now I've lost it. This is one of the disadvantages of like having too many accounts, because you like people send you messages and sometimes you can't remember where they sent it to you. So I have to figure out where it went to. Because I thought someone sent me a link to the documents that were filed. And now I don't know where they are. Maybe there's another way for me to go about finding them. Let me try something else. Instagram? No, I don't think it was Instagram. Damn. Snipe Vices is going over the notice of alibis. I guess I could. He's not going over anything right now. This is his stream unless... Oh, I paused it? Where's the play button for his stream?
This.
Okay.
Before we get to this, let's do our 2-hour like and subscribe grift. See how we're doing. How are we doing on the likes and subscribe? Currently, we have 882 people hanging on and 984 likes, but 1,080 of you have voted.
It was on
So
Twitter. The one ZL
100 more
Reese.
people
Let me go back to Twitter
have
and see if I
taken
can
the
find
like
it.
poll than have actually hit the like button.
Email, I don't think it was email. I guess I could check email too. That's another way people contact me. So it could be
Yeah,
email.
so get down there and hit that like button, hit the subscribe button. This is what we're doing. Currently, we have how many subscribers do we have? We currently have 33,236
check my email.
subscribers.
Is it in my email?
64 more, and we're up to 33,300.
No.
So
all right,
that'd
so
be
let's
fun
go
if we
back
get
to
up
Twitter. Someone said it might be Twitter.
333, but that would mean we need 97 subscribers.
I sent the
I'm
cloud
not
on
gonna hold out
Twitter.
any hopes for that, but
Okay, let me
if you
check
would
my
do me
Twitter
the favor
again.
of hitting the subscribe button, you'll always be my favorite people ever. And hit the subscribe button. And if you have subscribed, please make sure you're still subscribed. YouTube unsubscribes people all the time for God only knows what reason. Once you've made sure you're subscribed or still subscribed, and hit the like button, go over there and take our subscriber and like poll. Our poll today is in 4th place. I was as excited to hit that like and subscribe button as getting a
Don't
root
see
canal,
it.
but I did it
Where is
anyway.
the link?
In 3rd place with 18% of the vote. I was as excited
here it
to hit
is.
the like and
Okay.
subscribe button
Thank you.
as 2 single jurors meeting in court.
Document cloud. Aha, we might make progress.
In 2nd place, I
Motion
was excited to hit the
eliminate.
like and subscribe button.
Trial
as a court
witnesses.
clerk talking to
Motion
single men.
eliminate. Okay.
And
23rd.
in 1st
Motion
place
to
with
exclude on the
45%
23rd.
of
Motion
the
for
vote, I
sanctions.
was as excited to hit the like and
So we
subscribe
got a couple
button
motions for yesterday.
as someone getting out of jury duty.
All right.
All right, we will check back in on the poll in another hour and see how the numbers are going.
Let's do this. Let me do this. Let's start with this motion to exclude. Thank you, by the way, Juror, for the links. I really do appreciate it. It makes things possible. Motion to exclude false testimony about the evidence destroyed by state. Ooh, okay, that's interesting. Maybe we'll read that one. What else we got? Let's see. Motion in limine to exclude blood spatter evidence. I've heard that's pretty fire, so we might read that. What else we got? See, you guys help me out. You guys do help me out. People like Shirori helps the channel out by helping me find things that I can talk about. Motion eliminate or limit firearm ballistic testimony, or alternative for a counsel hearing. All right, let's give this a try. Let's give this a shot. So let's try. Let's just read these. Let's see. Let's just start with the most recent one. I'm happy with the capture card I have. I have an Elgato capture card. It's built into my PC. I think it's Elgato, and it seems to work great. Let's see. Do the blood splatter one. Okay. I'm nothing if not accommodating to my fellow uncivilians. Let's take a look. Murdaugh, by and through undersigned counsel, moves the court to preclude the state from offering any testimony of Deputy Kenneth Lee Kinsey regarding blood splatter on a white t-shirt Murdaugh was wearing the night his wife and son were murdered, because Deputy Kinsey states that after consideration of Tom Bevel's opinion, analysis report, and follow-up experimentation by Tom Bevel, this expert cannot render an opinion as to whether the blood stains on Alex's white shirt are consistent with back spatter from a gunshot. Without an opinion as to whether the stains are blood stains or whether the stains are consistent with back spatter from a gunshot, any expert opinion testimony he would offer regarding the stains would not assist the trier of fact, and therefore such expert should be excluded because it will exclude. I mean, you know, that seems pretty central. If he can't say it's blood and he can't say that it's back shatter, like what is his value as an expert witness? So that's pretty logical. Murdaugh. I think the judge has been saying Murdaugh. Hasn't the judge been saying Murdaugh? I'm going with what the judge is pronouncing until the judge corrects it. This is especially true because SLED, which is the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, hemotrace testing confirms the stains are not human blood. Okay, well that, you know, seems like, yeah, that could be a problem. Accordingly, Deputy Kinsey's testimony should be precluded because it's not relevant, fails to assist the trier of fact, and will only result in confusion. Okay. Murdaugh. Well, just because it's a Scottish name with a Scottish pronouncement doesn't mean that he pronounces it that way. He could have a different pronunciation than it's pronounced somewhere else. So, I mean, that's not necessarily dispositive, but on the night of the murders, and I believe the judge has been saying Murdaugh. So again, I think I'm going to go with that. We could go back to earlier today when the judge actually introduced him and asked him to stand up and see what he actually said. On the night of the murders of Maggie and Paul Murdaugh, SLED, the state police, collected white cotton t-shirt Mr. Murdaugh was wearing when he discovered Maggie and Paul's bloody bodies. The murder scene was gruesome. There was a large amount of blood on and about their bodies, which transferred onto Murdaugh's hands and clothing when he frantically checked them for signs of life. As part of its examination of the t-shirt, SLED tested cuttings taken from front, upper 2/3 of the t-shirt, which the state claims are from spatter, for the presence of DNA. The DNA test is highly sensitive and can detect trace DNA amounts as low as 1 nanogram or less, which can transfer between persons through casual touch or even merely by being in close proximity. DNA can leap without touch? If that's true, that's kind of interesting and cool. I mean, I'll take their word for it, but that sounds badass. The cuttings generally tested positive for Maggie's DNA with Paul, either excluded or not considered, because of his relatedness to other contributors. None tested positive for Paul's DNA. The judge is mispronouncing it, but they won't dare correct him on it. Well, he's the judge, and I'm going with him. Anyways. 2 weeks later, the cuttings were tested by SLED for hemoglobin. Every cutting tested negative for human blood. Given the stains are not human blood, there's no reason to believe positive DNA tests are related to the stains. I mean, that seems logical. Despite these results, the state's experts, Mr. Bevel, inexplicably continues to maintain the stains contained in the cuttings from the upper 2/3 are blood spatter. Anticipating a challenge to the admissibility of this opinion, the state provided the defense with Deputy Kenneth Lee Kinsey's expert report on January the 13th, that's my birthday, holla, approximately 1 week before trial. The report, which was issued on January the 9th, just weeks after defense pointed out glaring deficiency in the Rule 5 disclosures, expressly relies on and especially parrots Mr. Bevel's report. Well, then his value as an expert is looking increasingly dubious. Right? I mean, an expert can be informed by another expert's report and can comment on another expert's report, but if it's the sole basis for their opinion, then at that point it's kind of hearsay. Right? I mean, you know, if you're just parroting someone else, you know, you can agree with someone else without parroting it. And it's like if you looked at it independently and just came to the same conclusion, then fine. But there's a line to be had here somewhere. So there is definitely a line to be had somewhere. Deputy Kinsey's report is organized around the same 12 investigative questions Bevel used, which is not necessarily an invalid thing to do. I mean, they could have different investigative questions or the same. And if one investigator says to themselves, hey, those are really good questions, yoink, that might be valid too. Experts learn from each other. So just because an expert is using the same technique as another expert or asking the same questions as another expert doesn't necessarily decrease their value. And just because they're using different questions doesn't decrease their value, right? It's like the question is, how did this expert form his opinion? And if he's like, oh, that expert's really good, yoink, then, you know, that could work. But if it's a mere parrot, maybe not. So in response to IQ4, are the bloodstains on Alex White's t-shirt consistent with blood backspatter from gunshot? Kinsey repeats Bevel's phrase, about 100 plus stains, plus then opines the smaller stains that are present after treatment with LCV appears to be high velocity impact stains, only caused by gunshot or high speed machinery. It then pivots 180 degrees to conclude, after consideration of the original opinion, analysis report, and follow up, this expert cannot render an opinion. Okay. So his opinion is I can't offer an opinion. Which, you know, fine. An expert saying I don't know is not a bad opinion for an expert. All right? It shows humbleness. It's like what I do know and what I don't know. I don't know. So, but it might decrease his value as an expert. In conjunction with the motion to exclude Bevel from providing opinion testimony, defense files this motion to preclude Kinsey from presenting the same. Given the absence of opinion from Kinsey that the stains examined are human blood, any expert testimony he has regarding whether the stains are high velocity impact spatter caused by gunshot or high speed machinery should be included because it's not relevant. Well, it depends. If it's gunpowder, then it might be highly relevant. Or if it's like, you know, ricochet spatter from a shotgun blast, you know, if the shotgun blast, if he's so close, the shotgun blast bounced off the suspect and back towards him, which seems like a possibility, right? If you're talking about like gunpowder and related things of the shot, right? It's like if I'm so close that not only am I not, so I could pick it up from the muzzle. You know, if you had a handgun more typically than a shotgun, because shotgun might be too long for that, but depending on, you know, how exactly you're being fired and all the rest of it, maybe. But if I'm so close that I'm picking up the gunpowder residue of the shotgun blast, then that might be very relevant. So whether it's human blood or not may not be this positive on the issue. A jury is properly presented with relevant opinion testimony from an expert when such testimony will assist the trier of fact. This determination is a prerequisite. It surely is. Furthermore, evidence deemed admissible must also pass under 403 prior to presentation. That it's not substantially more prejudicial than probative. That's Rule 403. Right? That's the catch-all provision. It's one of the catch-all provisions. 403 is a catch-all provision. Even if it's admissible, how about not, is 403. When probative value is substantially outweighed by prejudice, then not so much. That's 403. Essential to the analysis before the court and rendering the decision is the fact that Kinsey does not opine the stains presented to him are blood spatter are in fact human blood. Thus, opinion that small stains are present after treatment appear to be high velocity impact stains only caused by gunshot is irrelevant. I'm not sure that conclusion necessarily follows. If it's blood spatter caused by the high velocity created by a gunshot, that's certainly informative. But if it's gunpowder or other things, or even sort of debris, right? If it were not gunpowder, but it were somehow like pieces of clothing, right? So you shot a guy and you're so close that the clothing tore and then somehow bounced back towards you and impacted on you. Is that possible? It might be. I mean, you know, stranger things have probably happened. So is it blood is certainly a question, but not necessarily the only question that comes to mind. And not necessarily the only thing I think of when I think of a possible high velocity impact from a gunshot. You know, not, you know, so yeah. Meetings are over until 4 p.m. So they're just doing stuff till 4 p.m. Could I win in Crowder versus Daily Wire? I should probably just do a separate video at this point, to be quite honest. I have mixed opinions about the whole thing. I think that I think my best take is my opinion right now on the Daily Wire versus Daily Crowder thing is I think that the initial offer from Daily Wire was contemplated to be the bare minimum they thought could get negotiations started. And even hear Boring saying that in his description of the thing. I'll put myself full screen while we're saying this. I should just clip this out. In fact, maybe I will make a clip of it. So that'll be for the audio later. So people have been asking about my opinion on the let me try again. So people have been asking for my opinion about the whole Daily Wire versus Daily Crowder thing. And I thought I'd offer an opinion. So here's what I think. I think that the proposal from Daily Wire was reasonable, but heavily tilted towards Daily Wire. Daily Wire, by their own words, thinks that this was the bare minimum to get negotiations started. You even hear Jeremy Boring saying that in his video. They said, we talked to the agent and they gave us a figure about what we thought, and we offered what we thought was the minimum to get the deal, to get the negotiation started. So they seem to think by their own admission that this is just a starting point, and it is the bare minimum starting point that they think that they can get away with to get negotiations started, which is a little bit odd if it's true that they've had a friendly relationship for 10 years. And as Jeremy Boring argues, that he's always been interested in working with Crowder, and he recognizes his talent and he's friends, right? So it makes sense as sort of a pure business negotiation. It makes a little less sense when you're contemplating the fact that they're supposedly really good friends, that Jeremy Boring has known him for 10 years, that he's always looked for ways to look with Crowder, and that he's offering him, by what Jeremy Boring seems to be saying by his own admission, is the bare minimum deal that he thought he could get away with. This seems odd. This seems odd. Now, from a pure business posture, it makes a little bit more sense because, well, if he truly thought it was the bare minimum, then it leaves him as much room as possible for further negotiation, right? Like, you want to leave yourself as much room as you can go, because the other side is going to negotiate against you. And so it makes sense that you don't want to give up any more ground than you have to in your initial offer. So it's like, well, if we think that this is truly the bare minimum, then by offering the bare minimum, we create ourselves as much space as possible to have the most negotiation possible. And Jeremy Boring in his own video talks a little bit about what he thought that would look like. We thought that we thought that he would negotiate for fewer spots. We thought that he would negotiate for more money. We thought he would negotiate for lesser penalties, and so forth and so on. So like he was already contemplating that. He already thought that would be had. So he was waiting for that to happen, which again, in a pure business negotiation makes a little bit more sense. In a friendship, a little less sense, because if you already know that that's what he's going to want, why not offer it against yourself? Why not offer it? Because you're friendly, right? But he's like, well, I don't want to do that because I don't want to negotiate against myself. So there seems to be some tension there between the pure business aspect that the contract, or at least the proposal, the term sheet, there seems to be some conflict there between what the term sheet is representing and what he's saying his relationship with Crowder is. So that's my first thought. I also think that Crowder has some really solid points about how it is a bit unfair in some senses to tie the funding towards big tech, because there does seem to be some tension there, right? There is a position that you can take of like, we should maximize all of our revenue, which seems to be the position Jeremy Boring is taking. It's like, well, we would be foolish to give up the revenue that's available from YouTube or Spotify or whatever big tech is available, and we will keep our content on those platforms in conformity to those platforms. And then we'll also have content that is not in conformity to those platforms on our own private platform, which makes sense in a lot of ways. It's like, well, we're getting the revenue both ways. Now, what you don't know, and maybe is impossible to figure out in advance, what you don't know is what the revenue would look like if you decided, screw it, let's just go completely on our own platform. Because you don't necessarily know what your conversions would look like. And that's where you guess. That's where you guess. Like, one of the things you might think about this from a business perspective is, will everyone who's, for example, watching on YouTube shift towards Daily Wire's platform if Daily Wire went, screw it, we're taking our marbles and going home, we're not working with big tech at all, how much of that revenue would they lose? And how much new revenue would they gain for that stance? So what is the business proposition on that? And to some degree, you don't know. And to some degree, Steven Crowder thinks he does know. And he's guessing too, to be quite honest. He's guessing too. But they're both well-informed guesses. They're both well-informed guesses by their respective experiences. So Steven Crowder seems to think that, if he's banned from these social media platforms, that he will gain at least as much, if not more, from new Mug Club subscriptions, for example.
DW offer would have made Crowder lose 25% immediately for being demonetized on YouTube.
Can you guys hear that echo twice? Is it just me where it echoes, by the way? Or, and if so, why is it doing that? Because I hear it twice, and it's really annoying and distracting. And I have to figure out where it's coming from. No echo? You didn't hear the echo? Great. So it only repeated in my ear? Fantastic. I'll live. Great. So what was the super chat? Because I couldn't even hear it because it echoed in my ear. Daily Wire would have made Crowder lose 25% immediately for being demonetized on YouTube. That's true. That is very true in the proposal. That is true. That is proposed. That is true. I've completely lost my train of thought now. Even more so than I would normally, because having it echo in your ear is like really distracting. It's like when you hear yourself and you can't speak and it just shuts down your brain. I've completely lost my train of thought. Shit. Where was I? Help. Someone asked about the live chat replay. Yes, the live chat replays will be available. If you're asking about the stream with James from court, that wasn't done on my channel. So it was a re-upload, which we agreed to. So obviously the chat isn't there because the chat didn't occur on my channel. But everywhere else, the chat will be present. I have no idea what I was saying. I have no idea what I was saying. Damn, that was so distracting. I'm sorry. I really am. I wonder why it was echoing twice in my ear, because it was so hard to pay attention to. If it had just been like saying it once, it probably wouldn't have been so distracting. But the fact it repeated just shut down my brain completely. I guess I could just do it over again. I could just do the whole thing over again and turn off alerts. Okay, I guess I'll just do that. I'll just do it again and just do it again. I'll turn off alerts so that it doesn't repeat it. It doesn't go in my ear. And just do it again. I'll just start over. Okay. All right, let's try this again. Hello, everyone, and welcome to One Civil Law, where we learn through the misfortunes of others. For today's content, I'm going to be talking a lot about the Daily Wire deal with Steven Crowder and my thoughts on the whole deal, because I think that it's a interesting issue about the difference between business relationships, friend relationships, how you approach deals, how you negotiate. I think both sides have some points. I think both sides have some faults. And so I'm going to just try to go through everything I sort of think on the issue so that they're all in one place. All right. So first of all, what I think is true is that Daily Wire offered what it thought was the bare minimum deal necessary to get negotiations started. And you hear that basically from Jeremy Boring himself when he did his own video describing the whole deal. You hear him say, like, we had a call with his agent. The agent wanted to know the money. They told us a figure, and we offered what we thought was the minimum to get the negotiation started. So I think that Daily Wire's initial proposal was in some senses fair, but I also think that they thought it was the very bare minimum necessary to get the negotiation started, which is a bit odd if you look at it from a position of we're supposed to be friends for 10 years and Jeremy Boring saying, I've always looked for a position where I can work with Crowder. You know, before Blaze, before SCTV, before, I've always wanted to work with Crowder. He's someone that, and from time to time over the years, we've talked and fantasized about various ways that we could work together. So there seems to be some tension in the proposal versus some of what Jeremy Boring is saying. Because what Jeremy Boring is saying is we're friends. We've been friends for 10 years. I've always wanted to work with him. I know he's a talent. I know he's a great get. I know he's someone of value. We're friends. But at the same time, he's also saying, I offered him what I thought was the very bare minimum deal to get the negotiation started. This seems in odd tensions. And now from a pure business standpoint, in a lot of ways, what Jeremy Boring is doing makes sense. Because to do anything else from a straight business standpoint would be in some sense to negotiate against yourself. So if you think, like, for example, that they're going to come back and negotiate against you, which you know that they are, in some sense, it is prudent to leave yourself as much room as possible to negotiate, because why wouldn't you? So if you think that this is the very bare minimum necessary to get the talk started, then in some sense you are, well, first of all, you're doing two things. First of all, you're leaving yourself as much room to negotiate as possible. And second of all, you're anchoring, which is a common psychological tactic, right? It's one of the reasons that prices are set particular ways, is because you anchor negotiation to a particular price. It's one of the things that, like, if you set a house at $500,000, you know, that anchors the price. And if you set the house to a more precise number, like $495,000, that anchors the price differently. Like, it sounds like a 5,000 price difference, but the way people negotiate over those two different numbers in reality is very different. And this is like basic business stuff. You can read this in basic business books. So by offering a particular offer, it creates an anchor and also creates as much room as possible for you to negotiate. So it makes sense in that sense, but it doesn't make sense in a relationship where they're supposed to be friends, because you would think if they're friends, he would offer him a deal that would be more in line with what he thought Crowder wanted. And Jeremy Boring knows that. Well, he thinks he knows that to some degree, because he says that in his own video. He says this, we expected that he'd come back and he'd want fewer shows per year. We expected that he might want more money per show. We expected that he might want fewer penalties, right? So he already knows, or he at least thinks he knows, some of what Crowder wants. And he's not offering that to them in the first instance because, well, he wants as much room to negotiate as possible, which from a straight arm length, quasi-hostile transaction standpoint makes sense. From a position of we're friends for 10 years and I've always wanted to work with this guy and I've always admired his talent and I know what he's worth and I've always wanted an opportunity, less so. So the deal also doesn't quite make sense. And then, of course, there's some provisions in there that don't quite make sense in terms of the penalties that are to be incurred, because if you add up all the penalties, depending on how you're counting such things, but you arguably wind up with more than 100% penalties. So it depends a little bit about how that would be counted. The language is a little sloppy, but that's okay. It's an initial proposal, right? It hasn't been fully gone through by lawyers yet. So the fact that there's a little ambiguity in that, in terms of what the penalties would look like, in terms of how much those penalties would be, but depending on how you read it, if you read in such a way, you could get to 110%. That would be a reasonable read. Although, again, it's a little sloppy, so I don't think it's necessarily the only read, but it could be a position you could argue. So that's what I think about the initial proposal. What I think about what Crowder said made a lot of sense. There is also a lot of tension, or there is at least some arguable tension in Daily Wire's posture as it relates to social media. So Daily Wire has some tension in two senses in their proposal. Daily Wire has some tension in their proposal as it looks to a business relationship versus a friendship, right? There is some inconsistency in that sense, and you can see that, right? This is presented as a pure arm's length, quasi-hostile transaction where we really think this is the bare minimum to leave ourselves as much room, but we're friends, right? So there's tension in those two viewpoints. The other place there's tension in Daily Wire's proposal is their view of the importance of social media. So there is a way to look at this in terms of the importance of using current social media and the revenue therefrom versus how you could get revenue in other sources. So there seems to be, and this seems to be the biggest point of difference between the two, is to what degree, if any, is current social media, current big tech valuable to Daily Wire, or for that matter, Crowder, as a business enterprise? What is the value in that? So Daily Wire looks at this from their own transactional standpoint, and the way they treat it is we want to get money from as many sources as possible, which makes sense, right? We're a business. We like money, yay money. We want to get business from as many sources as possible. So what we're going to do as a company is we're going to put out content on traditional social media, such as YouTube, such as Spotify, such as Apple Podcasts, such as whatever. And that's going to bring in some revenue. In order to do that, we need to make sure our content is in conformity to those platforms' guidelines. If we want that money, we have to make sure that our content is in conformity to our those guidelines. We think we can do that. We think that we can live within those guidelines and get that money and spread our message. We think that we can do all those things at the same time. Crowder is somewhat more dubious on this proposition, but that's what Daily Wire seems to think, right? And so Daily Wire is like, well, if we're on YouTube, for example, and we're monetized, that's a source of income for us. That's valuable to us as a business. And then we'll also have content that's separate and apart from that, that's behind our paywall for our members. And that way they can also get that content as well. So we can say what we want to say on social media in perhaps a slightly more sanitized version, and then a more unsanitized version behind the paywall. And what they seem to be thinking is that if we lose the YouTube revenue, for example, then we lose that YouTube revenue. But what they don't know is whether that's one-to-one. And that's where some guesswork comes into mind. Because if, for example, Daily Wire were to lose YouTube, demonetized or banned, what would that do for them on their platform, their private platform? What would that do for them? And this is where it's some guesswork on both Daily Wire and Crowder's standpoint. What does that do for us as a business? Crowder seems to think that being demonetized or being banned would lead to increased Mug Club subscriptions, for example. And that the ability to do that would allow him to have a more pure version and in the end bring him more money, or at least allow him to spread a message that is more pure, right? He says he doesn't care about the money. Let's assume that that's true. Or let's assume that he doesn't care about the money as much, right? Because these are all about competing priorities. What do you care about? What do you want, right? And where do these priorities lack? So let's assume that Crowder doesn't care about the money as much. So he's like, even if I lose out financially because I'm demonetized or banned, first I'll recover some of that money from Mug Club subscriptions. And perhaps more to the point, I can be more pure in my message, which is more important to me. right? Daily Wire's like, well, we don't know that it's a 1-for-1 substitution. We don't know that by being banned or demonetized, we'll necessarily recover all that. For us, the money is a more important priority compared to Crowder, because we're trying to do really expensive things as a company, Daily Wire. We're trying to produce these huge documentaries. We're trying to produce these huge movies. We're trying to produce these huge things, and so for us, the money is a major consideration. So we want to have our cake and eat it too. We want to try to serve, if not even 2 masters, multiple masters. And I think Crowder is also to some degree doing that too. He's also trying to serve multiple masters, and it's just the priority of those masters is different than Daily Wire. So it's like, well, you can view this, to what degree is the message being compromised by being on YouTube, and is the compromise in message worth the money, right? So this is just a cold calculation. In some sense, this is a cold business calculation. How important is the money to you versus how important is the message to you? To what degree are you compromising the message? To what degree are you compromising the money? Is it a good trade-off? This is just like a calculation. It's a calculation of priorities. So it seems to be like for Daily Wire, the way that they calculate that priority trade-off of money versus purity of message is different than Crowder. I don't think Crowder is 100% pure. I don't think that's true. I do think he's more pure than Daily Wire. And I don't think that Daily Wire is 100% monetary focused. That's not true. But I think they're more monetary focused than Crowder in their comparative priorities. And so you see this reflected in their stuff. So, so Crowder is calling them out on hypocrisy. It's like, you say that you don't want big tech, and Daily Wire's like, well, we know that this probably won't last forever. We know that eventually we're going to be banned from these platforms. But as long as and of course, the platforms in and of themselves help get their message out and bring attention to them so that people will know that they exist. Crowder not being on YouTube would presumably bring less people to his attention. And it would make it harder for him to get Mug Club subscribers. The degree to which that's true, it's presumably true that YouTube is a valuable platform to him as an advertising tool, if not a monetary tool, right? Because he's been demonetized for a long time, but still valuable to him as a promotion tool. And that fact, the promotion tool is basically an ad for him, is what it turned into, which helps bring him Mug Club subscribers. If he were to lose that completely, then he presumably would no longer have that advertising tool, which means that he loses the attention, which loses him subscribers to his platform. And the degree to which that is a problem for him or not is, of course, a calculation. So that is what I think about that. And, of all that. Crowder also has to consider, his own production costs, and so does Daily Wire for that matter. So Daily Wire has to consider, their overhead and what they want to do and paying their staff. And Crowder, of course, has to consider paying his staff, especially since the proposal, the term sheet, suggests that he be responsible for the production. But of course, that could be a term that couldn't be negotiated. But he has to worry about that too. He has to worry about paying them. But he has to worry about the problem anyway, right? He has to worry about if he goes out on his own, and if he truly divorces himself completely of big tech, if he truly does that, will he be able to pay the bills? Is he gonna choose to turn off his own YouTube channel, for example? I haven't seen him do that so far. So Crowder says, well, I'm pure, I don't care about it, but he hasn't turned off his own YouTube channel. So he seems like he cares about it, at least in some sense, as a promotion tool. And he knows that he has to conform himself to some degree to keep YouTube as a promotion platform. If he didn't care about YouTube at all, he'd just turn it off, but he hasn't. So I think even Crowder compromises himself to some degree. And I think that he's less pure than he perhaps pretends to be, but perhaps more pure than Daily Wire, and sort of the balance of the calculation. So that's what I sort of think about the whole deal. I also think that I also think that Crowder was a dick for releasing the telephone call. Putting aside the legality of it, which is probably legal, although we have to get into specifically where these people were at the time, because depending on where they are and we're dealing with cross-state boundaries, we can get into some complications. But to my knowledge, Texas, where Crowder is, and Tennessee and Florida, where Daily Wire are all one-party consent states. Now, that assumes, of course, that Crowder and Boring were in those states at the time, which I don't know. So I'm not going to say that the call was or was not legal, because I don't know. You know, there's complications when you're dealing with these issues. What I will say is that I think it was dickish for him to release the call. It makes sense to record the call, especially as part of a business negotiation. So you can go back and listen to it and stuff like that, and you can go back and use it as a reference point. It makes sense to record the call, but I think it was pretty dickish to release the call. I don't see the point in it other than burning a bridge, which Crowder seemed to go a little bit out of his way not to do in the first instance, because Crowder was, by the way he discussed the term sheet, he left out the names. And there was lots of speculation about what the names were. Daily Wire was certainly in the conversation, but at least the way that I perceived the social media conversation, they weren't even necessarily the leader. It seemed like the leader was Fox, from my at least perception of the discussion, in terms of who was making the deal or who was making the proposal. And Crowder himself said that a lot of the terms were not atypical for proposals. So he seems to go out of his way to insulate, well, if not out of his way, he insulated Daily Wire. Daily Wire choosing to out themselves was a bit of a strange move in some senses. I don't really understand the logic behind that in some senses. I think that Crowder releasing the phone call was a dick move. If he wanted to talk about it more, he could even reference things that were said on the phone call, because he could always be talking about it from his memory. But he secretly knows he has it on tape, so he knows what he's saying is true or not. But I think releasing the call was dickish, and I don't think was prudent, and I think has created division within the conservative movement. And I think that, for example, Ben Shapiro perceiving it as being set up because of the time in which the domain StopBigCon was registered. It was registered before the phone call. And so Ben Shapiro perceives that he and his partners were being set up to have this phone call to get incriminating statements for his own purposes. And he feels like that's a betrayal of friendship, which I totally understand. I'd feel that too. And he feels like that, was going on. So I think that's their biggest point. I'd be interested to see what Crowder does going forward in terms of how he treats this for himself. Because Crowder says, well, I don't care about big tech. Okay, to what degree is that really true? Is my interesting question to him. Do you not really care about YouTube at all? If so, why do you have a YouTube channel? You're not monetized over there, but you see it as an advertising opportunity, don't you? If you didn't, why do you have a YouTube channel at all? Is the only reason that maybe the only reason he has a YouTube channel is because he's waiting to be banned so he can grift off of it. Maybe that's his motivation. I don't know. But he seems to be producing segments on YouTube, at least, that are in conformity to YouTube guidelines. He doesn't seem to be going out of his way to antagonize YouTube, although, of course, YouTube can be antagonized for any number of reasons. So, it's a problem. So that's my sort of take on the whole thing. I think that Daily Wire has some tension in their proposal. There's a lot of tension in their proposal between Crowder as friend and Crowder as business partner. That's one tension. I think there's also tension in their view of social media as a tool for even, just purely monetary purposes versus Crowder's vision. And I think Crowder also, at least in the way he treats social media, is not as pure as he suggests. And I think releasing the call was dickish. Those are all the things I think. So hopefully that answers all the questions, and I look forward to what I'm sure will be insightful commentary and comments in the video below. So Yeah. Hopefully that was a good rant and explained the things. Hopefully that was a good rant and explained the things. The clapping is for the purpose of video editing. I'm sure that you knew that. It's a way for me to have a sound peak so that I can see it visually, so it makes it a little bit easier to edit it. And that's why I'm doing it. It's my cheap ass clapboard. And why did Crowder leave the Blaze? I mean, I think the answer to that is his term is up and he didn't want to play under those terms anymore. I think that's the answer to that. I don't think it's complicated. So is the stream, I guess the court is done for lunch. Did they say when they were coming back? Let me share the link. Let me invite James from court and see if he wants to pop on. And depending on his availability, we will stop the stream. And we could go back to the motions, which I interrupted because someone asked about Crowder. And then we went on a whole rant. And then we could go back to talking about that. And I need to use the restroom again. So I'll have to take a break here in a second. All right, what am I trying to do right now? At this exact second, I'm trying to tweet James from court. Okay, James, if you want to stop by for 5 to 10, link. Great. All right, so I've done that. Okay. Clickers? Yeah, clicker would be good. The goat scream could be good. Yeah. All right, so where was I? We were doing a read of a court thing, and then someone asked about Crowder, and we got into a whole discussion about that. Back to the court thing. Only 648 people watching. So I suppose fewer and fewer people watch as not much is happening at court. Will someone please find out for me if the court is done for lunch and they officially announced it? And if so, what time they're coming back? Because I could use the break. Not only is Deputy Kinsey's testimony irrelevant, it does not assist the trier of fact in understanding the pertinent issues in this case and therefore inadmissible under 702. The state seeks to present expert opinion testimony regarding blood splatter from Deputy Kinsey to support its crime scene reconstruction. It's essential to the state's theory that the cuttings from the upper part of the t-shirt have blood splatter. Recognizing Bevel's testimony be excluded for a litany of reasons, the state is attempting to backdoor the blood splatter testimony through Deputy Kinsey. Whilst true Deputy Kinsey ultimately concludes he cannot render opinion on whether the blood stains are consistent with black splatter from a gunshot, his report contains opinions that are necessarily misleading in light of the absence of opinion by him that stains are in fact blood. For example, he finds that some of the stains appear to be high-velocity impact stains, based on experience, are only caused by gunshot. Again, if he's competent to testify that they are impact from gunpowder or something, then maybe he can say it's not blood, but it's impact from a gunshot. Like what? Gunpowder. So you guys are finding out. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Such information does not assist the trier of fact in determination of innocence or guilt when Deputy Kinsey does not ultimately do things. Let me go over to Legal Vices chat and see if they happen to know real fast. Let me ask them. Does at legal or anyone else know when the court is coming back. Help. Thanks. Let me listen to Legal Vices for a second, see what he's talking about. I am. I am listening. I am listening. I am. I'm hearing. Okay. So you took a 2-hour break at 12? Okay, so they talk about Wednesday opening argument Wednesday afternoon? Okay. I'll take the redirect. I'm doing some motion stuff. Thanks at Legal Vices. Great. All right, great. So Legal Vices is going to dump some people over my way. So I will continue on with this. The question is, do I have enough time to use the restroom while he's wrapping up? I'm going to go with yes and hope for the best. Be right back. Okay, resuming. Where were we? I can close OBS because I don't need the virtual window. Save myself some computer resources. I'm going back to the motion. Great. All right, fantastic. Back where we were. Let's see. Deputy Kinsey's testimony would not assist the trier fact, and instead would mislead and confuse the jury and properly exclude under 403. It's misleading and confusing to present the jury with blood splatter opinion testimony tied to Deputy Kinsey's experience when Kinsey is not opining the stains are human blood. This goes to the nature of his expertise. That's what the issue is. What is he an expert on? If all he's an expert on is blood splatter, which seems a bit unlikely, but I suppose possible. If all he is an expert on is blood splatter, and this is not blood splatter, then yeah, he's not competent to testify. If he's an expert on like splatter of blood and other stuff, then maybe he is competent to testify, and maybe he can be like, yeah, it isn't blood, it's other stuff. And maybe he doesn't even necessarily need to know what the other stuff is if he's an expert in the right area, right? I mean, it would be helpful to know what the other stuff is for sure. And at this day and age, they wouldn't know is a little bit unlikely. But if somehow you could determine that this is some sort of residue or debris or whatever from a shotgun blast, like if only a shotgun blast could do this. And then like, what is it? I don't know, but it must have been done by a shotgun blast. That might be a reasonable conclusion. Maybe the testing as to what it was inconclusive somehow, but it must have been from a shotgun. How do you know? I'm an expert on shotgun blasts. I'm an expert on the debris caused by shotgun blasts. I know what these patterns look like. This is that pattern, right? That could make sense. That could make sense. So the question to my mind is, does he know what it is? If not, well, either way, does he know what it is? If he does, how? If not, does he know why it was caused? How? Right? That's my questions that are going to my mind. Spatter. What did I say? Splatter instead of spatter? Spatter instead of splatter? Is that right? Is there a difference? Hold on. Might have to learn something now. Spatter. Covered with drops or spots of something. Spray or splash of something. Spatter. Okay, what is splatter? Splash with a sticky or viscous splash with a sticky or viscous liquid. A spot or trail of sticky liquid splashed over a surface. I think they're both correct for those definitions. To spatter means to scatter small particles of a substance. A spatter is a pattern of drops that results from spattering. To splatter means scatter large particles of a substance. That's a pretty thin definitional difference to go between the two. Spatter repeatedly comes from the blending of spatter and splash. Splatter comes from the blending of spatter and splash. Just like spatter, the verb splatter refers to action of something scattering or falling on drops. The noun refers to the spot made by the thing splattered. Many people tend to think of spatter as a small patch of liquid rather than splatter. This is a pretty thin distinction to get in a grammar fight over, I think. But you guys can continue arguing amongst yourselves now that we've had that discussion. Let's see, where was I? This is especially true. The jury will be presented with evidence that stains test negative for human blood in testing done by SLED. SLED treated the t-shirt with whatever because no blood was visible. SLED does not know what caused the resulting pattern. Blood catalyzes the oxidation of this, which is why it's a presumptive test for blood. But the oxidation could be from detergent residue, or it could even be old fish guts. This is why SLED performed hemotrace tests to determine whether the oxidation power was caused by the presence of blood. Hemotrace is highly sensitive immunochromatographic test to specify human blood. A confirmatory test definitely says something is or is not blood. That's why SLED's DNA casework manual says that when the presumptive test is possible, but the hemotrace is negative, the report should say no human blood is identified. And apparently, classified documents have now been found at Vice President Pence's home. Classified documents everywhere. Is audio back?
Rachel Wynn.
Yep.
Paul Green.
Case of circumstantial evidence.
That's
what Mr. Johnston said when he stood up here in front of you.
You see that?
I don't disagree with that.
Notes there's petechiae in the lung and
DNA itself
yes.
is circumstantial evidence.
This is a hearing?
It says that someone's DNA is there, but it doesn't tell you how it got there, right? That's what circumstantial evidence is. It's evidence that does not have that direct source that someone's going to sit up there and tell you that they heard it, they saw it.
And you can see those anywhere, right?
Yes.
That doesn't make it any less effective, or any less true, or mean that you give it any less weight. We said that in the beginning, that you as jurors get to evaluate the evidence, and that you get to put the amount of weight on any one given piece of evidence.
Possibly.
Or back do I have to go for audio?
Not always.
Let me go back and see if I can find the beginning of this audio trend. And why is the audio so shit compared to what we've been hearing?
Presumptive.
I think this is where the audio is.
Okay. You didn't do any presumptive blood test on the items depicted in those photographs, correct?
No, sir.
And you don't know whether or not serology later confirmed anything about whether they are human blood, correct?
Correct, I'm unsure.
I'm seeing test bar 2.
DNA collected off of those materials, do you?
No, sir.
May we approach the bench, Your Honor?
Yeah, this is Long Crimes audio. I'm not sure of what, but this is the video feed.
Out of that state's case in this case? Because if you're not, that's reasonable
And it says
doubt.
there's a hemorrhage of
We believe
that
reasonable
mucosa,
doubt
right?
is all over this case. Alex had no reason to want to harm his family. And we would
That's
ask that you
something
return a verdict of
that
not
is
guilty.
not an infrequent finding, correct?
It sounds like someone is commenting on top of a court hearing, because you're hearing both the. It sounds like someone's commenting on top of it. So I'm not sure that this is the court audio. This might be commentary from someone else. I'm not sure what this is that we're listening to. I might dump this and go back to where I was.
It picked up on the camera that caught Alexander Jackson walking the exact same path the night before.
Slid up and see the shaving muscle, they call it.
I don't know what
And then
happened
there
to
are
the
other
camera. We
deeper
couldn't prove
ones
it. Had experts
that
look
run
at it,
down
they
either
analyzed it.
from
It's two different audios. It's two different audios. I don't know what it is, but even if it's, we can't work with that. We can't work with that. You know, that's going to drive us all incredibly crazy. Yeah, so let's just dump that completely. I don't know what that is, but let's just dump that. When Murdaugh's T-shirt was tested with hemotrace, the results were negative for human blood, not once, twice, thrice, 4 times, 5 times, 6 times, 7 times, 8 times, 9. Do they really have to write out every single one individually? 8 times, 9 times, 10 times, 11 times, but 12 times. 0 for 12. Accordingly, Murdaugh requests the court preclude the state from presenting expert opinion testimony relating to whether the pattern of staining is consistent with blood splatter. Consistent with blood splatter? I can see that being excluded. If that's what we're trying to exclude, if we're trying to exclude him from saying it's blood splatter because it tested negative for blood, that makes sense. If that's the nature of our motion, if that's what we're trying to limit it to. Finally, to the extent that Deputy Kinsey based his opinion on the Photoshop enhancement put forward by Bevel, presenting those improvements would be prohibited under a confrontation clause. Sure would. You have to go to the guy who did the thing. In State versus McCroy, the South Carolina Court of Appeals ruled that defendant's confrontation clause rights were violated when State's DNA expert, which was peer-reviewed by another agent, was permitted to testify. The testifying DNA expert was not present when the tests were conducted, and the opinion was based solely on the tests. So basically, hearsay, at which point confrontation clause, so that too. To the extent Deputy Kenyon's opinions regarding high flashy impact spatter derived from the Photoshop enhancements, they must be excluded. Yeah, if he didn't do the enhancements himself, so he can talk about how they came about, then that makes sense. So we want to move to eliminate to preclude any testimony regarding blood spatter. So, signed by Harpoolian. So yeah, I think if we're trying to keep it to blood exactly, then maybe this makes sense. It's like it's spatter from a shotgun blast, maybe, but not blood spatter. Or splatter, or whatever word we're going with today. The audio's been fixed. All right, let's go back to Law and Crime. God help us all. Now there's no audio of any kind. So that's helpful. Moving back to the documents. Let's take a look at whether or not there was evidence destroyed by the state or stuff. Let's take a look at this motion to exclude evidence that was destroyed. All right, let's see what this is about. Motion to exclude false testimony about evidence destroyed by the state. Title catches your attention. Murdaugh, by and through his counsel, hereby moves the court for an order compelling the state to produce exculpatory Brady material it's intentionally withheld, and prohibiting the state from presenting manipulated opinion testimony contradicted by exculpatory evidence the state has destroyed in bad faith. Ooh, spicy. On June the 7th, 2021, Alex Murdaugh's wife Maggie and son Paul were brutally murdered near the dog kennels of a family home in Colton. As Murdaugh has noted in previous motions, the state immediately decided Alex was guilty. Before anyone collected, investigated, or reviewed any evidence, and unable to build a solid case against Murdaugh to present in court, instead engaged in a campaign of selective and deceptive leaks to news media. Spicy, spicy. The leaks most relevant to this motion occurred in April 2022. A shirt worn by Alex Murdaugh on the night his wife and son were murdered was found to have a significant amount of high-velocity impact spatter. So that makes the spatter people in the room happy. High-impact spatter on it from at least one of their bodies. Sources familiar with the investigation recently told the news. The presence of the forensic evidence on the clothing could have only come from one thing, according to sources closest with the investigation. Specifically, the spatter indicates Murdaugh was physically close to one or more of the members when shot. Multiple sources have told news the high-velocity impact spatter has been independently analyzed and confirmed by multiple forensic experts, including at least one of our state laboratory. The forensic evidence leaked in the news report quoted above is the opinion of Tom Bevel. Mr. Bevel is a retired Oklahoma City police officer with a degree in administration of criminal justice, but no academic credentials in any scientific discipline. You don't necessarily need academic credentials. You can learn on the job. If you you can become an expert through any mechanism, as we learned from my cousin Vinny. I worked at my father's garage. I changed transmissions, brakes, and everything. Right? You can become an expert through any mechanism of learning. But he doesn't have academic credentials, which is odd, but okay. I think we need a poll. I think we need a poll. There's nothing for it except we need a poll. Let's see. Hold on. Where's my damn stream? Okay, let's see. I'd like to create a poll. Okay. You guys can go vote on that. We'll be interested to see what your results turn out to be. Okay. Going back to the thing. Is this documentary available? Yeah, is this document available? Yes, it's available on a cloud thing. I have a link to it somewhere. Don't make me go look for it. I've already been distracted 5 different ways. Let's see. The state retained Bevel to opine that the white cotton t-shirt that Murdaugh wore was stained with high-velocity blood spatter, most residing from shooting Paul. However, SLED confirmation blood testing were negative for human blood to area the shirt where Bevel opines blood spatter is present. Sled's DNA reports for the shirt do not identify Paul's DNA anywhere on the shirt where Bevel claims blood spatter from Paul is present. And the fact that Paul is contributor of in fact, exclude Paul as a contributor of DNA found on two sections of the shirt. Neither defense nor Bevel have been able to perform a test on the shirt because the state destroyed the shirt. I'm assuming they don't mean that they destroyed the shirt itself. I assume they mean the testing was destructive, which can sometimes happen. You know, you run a test and it destroys the thing you're testing. That can happen. So I'm assuming that's what they mean. I'm assuming they didn't mean that they meant that they burned the shirt in like some sort of pit of, you know, orgy or something. How's the poll going? You guys are pretty evenly divided. This is great. I love it. Let's see. Mr. Bevel's first report to state emphatically says the shirt contained no stains consistent with back spatter resulting from gunshot. Yet for some reason, without any additional evidence, he changed his opinion entirely after an in-person visit from Sled, and now opines the shirt had over 100 stains consistent with back spatter. Well, that's a lot of a change of opinion, to be quite honest, which is something you could absolutely impeach him on, incidentally. Didn't you say this in a report? Now you're saying this? I mean, you know. $1.99 says you sent me a bunch of stuff. Thank you, beautiful mess. Where'd you send me the bunch of stuff? From Twitter? Where's my Twitter? I've been distracted again. Hold me. Not on Twitter, so I don't know where you sent it to me. Back to the article. On the night of the murder, Sled collected the white shirt Murdaugh was wearing when he discovered Maggie and Paul's bloody bodies. The murder scene was gruesome. There was a large amount of blood on and around their bodies, which transferred onto Murdaugh's hands and clothing when he frankly checked them. We've read that. On or before June the 9th, Sled tested a portion of the shirt near the helm with a presumptive test for blood. You're in the wrong chat? Why are you in the wrong chat? Will I please link the documents? I can only keep my focus in so many places. And I can't pin the link anyway because I want you to tweet the Twitter thing. Am I not enough for you? I'm doing the best I can. I'm one guy. Help me. Later on, July 21st, 2021, Sled treated the shirt with another presumptive test for blood. Some other thing. It oxidizes with hemoglobin in the blood to produce a blue or violet color. It's also known to oxidize with bleach and other laundry cleaning detergents to produce false positives. Certain portions of the shirt turn blue. Sled identified and labeled areas of interest which reacted to the substance. Sled then cut out those areas from the shirt. The cuttings were tested for DNA. In a report tested in 2021, one cutting from the back of the shirt tested positive for Maggie's DNA. Paul was excluded as DNA contributor for that cutting. Of the cuttings from the front bottom portion of the shirt, one tested positive for Paul's DNA while excluding Maggie as a contributor. One tested positive for Maggie while excluding Paul. A third tested positive for Maggie without excluding Paul. The cuttings from the upper 2/3 of the front of the shirt are generally positive with Maggie's DNA, with Paul either excluded or not considered because of relatedness of other contributors. None tested positive for Paul's DNA. What? Yes, it did. You just said it did. Of the cuttings from the front bottom portion of the shirt, one tested positive for Paul DNA. Oh, maybe you mean this in relation to the cuttings from the upper 2/3. That really should be two separate paragraphs. That's sloppy writing. I was so confused as to whether there was positive DNA tests for Paul or not. I don't like the way this is written. There should have been separate paragraph breaks. You're making my brain hurt. I don't like it very much. I need a cookie. SLED also conducted traces on cuttings to confirm the presence of human blood. The test relies on oxidation that occurs with non-human blood or various household cleaners. It therefore cannot confirm the presence of blood. The hemotrace test is whatever that detects a reaction between coagulated antibodies and form hemoglobin found only in humans and higher primates. Okay. It's commonly used to confirm the presence of human blood. It's highly sensitive, able to detect as little as 4 micrograms. Is this the same test or a different test that in the other document could confirm nanograms? Now we're talking about micrograms. And I know enough about my scientific prefixes to know those are not the same thing. For some reason, SLED continued with the testing 2 weeks after issuing DNA report. Every cutting tested negative for human blood. The DNA test cannot distinguish DNA containing a stain on a shirt cutting from DNA under the stain. Wait a second. But is there DNA results? Is that what we're saying? Are we saying there's DNA results without knowing that there's blood? That, I think, is what we're saying. Every test tested negative for human blood. Then they talk about the DNA test cannot distinguish DNA containing a stain on the shirt cutting from DNA under the stain present before the stain was deposited, or from DNA deposit after stain was deposited. Like the hemotrace test, the DNA test is highly sensitive and contains trace amounts. Okay. I understand. Okay. So, all right, I get it. All right. So we did it. So I think I understand. Here's what I think I understand. We have 2 different tests. We have this thing called a hemotrace test, which detects blood. The hemotrace test works up to sensitivities of 4 micrograms. We also separately have a test for DNA. The DNA test works at 1 nanogram. So yes, as it turns out, we can detect DNA without detecting blood. Because that's what that means. Right? If our blood test detects blood at 4 micrograms or more, but our DNA test detects DNA at 1 nanogram or more, then anywhere between 1 nanogram and 4 micrograms, we can detect DNA, but not detect blood. That's what that means. And at that point, we can compare the DNA to a human, at which point we can determine, well, if not necessarily blood, human. Which, yeah. So that's where we're at. We can't determine if it's blood or not. We can determine that it's human DNA. That's where we're at in this report. I have uncovered the mysteries. Great. Moving on. Yeah, and it could be brain, it could be skin, it could be anything else that would carry DNA that's not blood. Well, strictly speaking, it could also be blood. We just don't know if it's blood or not. So it could also be blood. We're not sure. Okay, great. Given that the stains are not human blood, there's no reason to believe positive DNA tests are related to the stains at all. That seems dumb. We're unable to determine if they're blood. They might be blood. We can determine it's DNA. Okay, great. Yeah. Anyways, continuing on. The no human blood test, no human blood results regarding the shirt cuttings reported on a supplemental report on November the 10th, 2021. The hemotrace test results from the shirt cutting were not produced to defense with other DNA reports. Well, they're different tests, so presumably they were presented in a different report. So, okay. It was produced with the entire DNA lab file. Only after we moved to compel. Okay. On or about January the 4th, 2022, SLED sent materials to Bevel for him to review and forming its opinions. You know, not for nothing, by the way, not that I'm an expert on such things, but a nanogram is not very much, nor is 4 micrograms. 4 millionths of a gram of blood. I mean, I wouldn't know for sure, but wouldn't you think that, you know, I mean, I wouldn't know, but I would think you could get blood on you just from like being in the area. There's like blood just floating in the air. When we're talking about nanograms, I mean, I don't know, but how long does blood remain suspended in the air? Is a question I'm now thinking to myself. Right? You see someone, assuming that he didn't shoot them, but was close on the scene for some reason, and he runs over. Is it possible there's still blood in the air sufficient to be a nanogram or more? I mean, how long do nanograms of blood remain suspended in the air? These are questions I'm now asking myself. And wouldn't you think that being like close to the scene at the time of the shotgun would leave more than a nanogram's worth of blood on your body, especially on a white shirt? Wouldn't you think there'd be like blood everywhere? But it's okay. It's okay. We've detected a nanogram of something that might be blood. A nanogram of his wife's DNA is somehow on his shirt. That seems like one hell of a correlation. It's probably a nanogram of his wife's DNA on like every piece of clothing he owns because they live together. I mean, a nanogram. What are we talking about? Is this our evidence? We're going to get down into there might have been a nanogram of his wife's or his son's DNA on his white shirt that we were able to detect, and that means he did the shotgun murders. Doesn't that strike you as a little thin for that conclusion? Is it just me? It seems a little thin. We detected his white t-shirt, and we found a nanogram of his wife/son's DNA on it. Okay. I'm not sure what that's indicative of. On February the 4th, a special agent, by the way, in case you're curious, a special agent just means they have power to arrest. That's what special agent means. So law enforcement or special agent, if they don't have power to arrest, they just be called agent, right? Because everyone who works for the government is an agent of the government. Special agent means they have power to arrest. That's all special agent means, in case you care. So a special agent reviewed this draft report. The report says, IQ, are there blood stains on the white t-shirt consistent with back spatter from gunshot? 2 areas that test positive for blood. Well, test positive for something. No misting size blood spatter. That seems to counsel against. Edges of the stains appear diffuse. The stains of the white t-shirt were consistent with transfers and not back spatter. Okay. I mean, that's something you could impeach him for. I'm not sure if you can exclude him as a witness, but it seems like there's a lot of ways to attack his testimony, right? Because, that an expert gave an opinion at one time and that he gave an opinion at a different time means you can attack him for giving different opinions. But to the extent he has more or different information that might inform his opinion, maybe his change of opinion is perfectly appropriate. Reasonable people change their mind when confronted with more evidence. And maybe it's a result of improper influence, and maybe not. That's something you can cross-examine over. Can you categorically exclude him in the first instance? I don't think based on this you can. Well, I don't know. I'm more concerned with the amounts are so low that, like, I don't know how helpful it is to a jury, to be honest. Like, this is what it's coming down to. Like, whether it's a nanogram of blood or not. And, like, is the nanogram of blood from a blood spatter from a shotgun? It just strikes me as so thin. I have questions on scientific reliability. I have questions whether or not we can get to a sufficient scientific certainty to allow this in based on how little we're talking about. That's my question at this point. That's what I think of. I'm like, some agent, so see, not special agent, just as Agent Owen, so don't has the power for us. Agent Owen met with his supervisor and his supervisors and others to discuss the report. Next day, they had a Zoom meeting. The next day, someone told someone else who had a supervisory role over at SLED that Bevel had requested the shirt and cuttings for further examination. He wants to take a second look at it, maybe? Some other people have an opinion. He wants to take a second look at it to see whether his first opinion was right. Again, this could be a result of pressure, or it could be a result of him having conversations with other people that are also experts, and him like, maybe I should take a second look at that. I don't know. And to the extent that that's what we're talking about, that's cross-examination, not exclusion, right? I had this opinion. Then I met with these other law enforcement people, and now I have this opinion. Okay, well, why? That's a question for a jury, though. That's not really a question for me as a judge, I think. But how on God's earth are you getting to he murdered his wife because of the nanogram of blood is more my concern. Also, if we're talking about nanograms, how in hell are we getting to spatter patterns? So Lieutenant Wallace and another crime scene investigator, Todd Schneck, visually examined the shirt to determine the condition of the item post-processing. A photograph of the shirt was taken with a cell phone and provided to whomever. After reviewing the condition of the shirt, he advised you follow up to determine how to proceed. The condition of the shirt was that it was destroyed. It turned completely blue. So by destroyed, they don't mean the shirt itself was destroyed. So it's a bit sloppy. They mean the evidence on the shirt was destroyed as a result of the testing. Which again, there are destructive tests. So that, like, in and of itself isn't necessarily a problem. But they don't mean literally the shirt was destroyed. They just mean that the evidence on the shirt was destroyed. So it turned completely blue. See, it can't turn blue if the shirt's destroyed. It's now a destroyed blue shirt. All the stains were blue, fuzzy, diffuse, and bled out, and the features lost forever. This is a well-known documented issue with these tests. There are methods to prevent this from staining the entire substrate over time. There are also alternatives, but not so much. Agent Owen had travel arrangements to examine evidence. He traveled to Oklahoma, met with Bevel the next day. Bevel's final report says the shirt was examined in Oklahoma. Agent O returned to South Carolina to communicate with Bevel about the pending report. The second draft report has not been produced to the defense. I can't speak to whether it should or not. I mean, evidentiary issues and all the rest of what depends what we mean by draft report, I suppose. Maybe it doesn't exist, depending on what we mean by draft. The next day, Agent Owen spoke with Bevel about his report, and again, he finally produced a complete report acceptable to Agent Owen. So now, in response to the question, we've apparently determined 8 areas that are positive for blood using the test that can't detect blood. Approximately 40 misting sizes blood spatter, which we didn't see any before, apparently. We saw none, right? So we've gone from no misting size blood spatter to 40. So I'm not sure how we missed 40 of them. That seems like something you can cross-examine him on. I don't know the answer to these questions, by the way. I don't know. Maybe it's possible. I don't know. I'm not an expert in the field. I have no idea. I have no idea. Maybe it is completely possible for an expert to say, I don't see any, and then have some talks and be like, oh, now I see 40 of them. Is that a thing that an expert in this field can do? I don't know. Particularly because of the amounts we're talking about, I have no clue. I'm not an expert. Maybe that's a thing that the expert in the field can talk about. I don't know. But it's something you can cross-examine them on. How'd you go from 0 to 40? That's a cross-examination question. How'd you go from 0 to 40? And then you can bring on a different expert that'd be like, there's no way this guy can go from 0 to 40. He's an incompetent idiot. Right? But maybe there's a way. I don't know. Maybe that's a reasonable thing. I don't know. Edges of stains of clean slightly diffuse. Some of the stains were consistent with transfer, and 100 plus stains were consistent with spatter. The t-shirt has been examined by 6 recognized blood stain patterns. Experts all agreeing the best explanation for stains are spatter. All agree they cannot identify some other mechanisms to create distribution and size of the questioned stain spatter. Okay. Maybe that's true. Maybe they had a powwow about it, and now they're all in the same mind. That can happen too. Like, you know, it happens to jurors and it happens to experts too, right? Jurors go into the jury deliberation room. They have different views of things. They talk it out, and sometimes they come up with a unanimous verdict. We come in with different opinions. Now we walk out with one opinion. Can that be true for experts too? Sure. It doesn't necessarily imply corruption. It might be corruption. It might not. Right? I don't know. I talked to some people. Now 6 of us agree it's all this. Is that proper? Maybe. Is it something you can cross-examine on? Hell yes. In other words, the final report states the exact opposite opinion that's in the initial report, even though no additional evidence was available. Well, maybe he changed his mind. I don't know. Ask. How did you go from 0 to 40 to 100? How are you doing this? I don't know. Currently, examination is sure to not provide any available evidence. I don't know that's true. Maybe he examined it in a different way. I don't know. Mr. Waters has admitted to defense counsel that Bevel could not obtain any information from examination of a destroyed shirt in March. And the final report relies on the same sled photographs taken before that were the basis of his initial report. Maybe he's now looking at the evidence in a different way after consultation. Maybe it's literally the same evidence. Maybe there is no additional new evidence. Maybe it's the same evidence. It's the same photograph. What do you see? I see nothing. Talk. Okay, what do you see? I see 40 spots. Why did you reach the conclusion 0? Were you not observant? Are you sloppy? Why did you reach the conclusion 40? Are you biased? Is it groupthink? Were you coerced? Right? These are questions you can ask. But maybe it's possible. Have I had lunch? No, I've not. I'm not allowed to have lunch because the court won't let me. Did the lighting change? No. Except in so much as the time of day is changing and there's more sun coming in. So the lighting might have changed slightly. Maybe you're asking about the lighting of the photographs. I don't know. On November the 4th, Murdaugh's counsel, unaware of the destruction of shirt request date, send the shirt to an outside laboratory so the microscopic photographs can be taken of areas where the blood spatter is present. This would enable Murdaugh to examine the features and details of the stains to assess whether they're characteristic, whether characteristic of other means, or whether SLED has already confirmed they're not blood or blood tissue. After subsequent follow-up, state responded stating the shirt had turned black and suggesting that examination would not be possible. Counsel asked to see the shirt anyway. It was made available. After viewing the shirt, this motion followed. Okay, so the shirt has been ruined as part of the testing process. This could be normal. There is destructive testing. Maybe there was non-destructive testing available that South Carolina did not use. Maybe they didn't use the non-destructive testing for a variety of very legitimate reasons. Right? There are potential trade-offs. I don't know. I'm not an expert. Is there a reason? Is there a reason to use a destructive test when a non-destructive test is available? Possibly. What's the most obvious one you can think of off the top of your head? And so, depending on what they're doing, or depending on what's possible, maybe there's a reason. Maybe it's all legitimate. Maybe it's not. This is as a lawyer, what you do, by the way, as a lawyer, what you do is you become an expert. You consult with experts. This is one of the reasons that these kinds of cases are very difficult, or very expensive, rather, for a lawyer to work. It's one of the reasons that these cases can get very expensive for a lawyer to work. It helps if the lawyer already has a lot of experience in the field, right? So they already have familiarity, so they don't have to do this from ground zero. But if you have to do this from ground zero, what you do is you're required as a lawyer to be a zealous advocate. That means that you have to know what you're talking about. That means that you have to get experts to help you. So you go to some experts and they teach you. And now it's like, I know the things now. Right? So you have to pay for your time, and you have to pay for the expert's time, and you have to pay for the testing and all the rest of it. But this is where the expenses rack up. And then, of course, you might have to consult different experts, because you might want to consult several experts, particularly depending on what opinions they give you. Right? And then you might want to have some of those experts testify at trial, and that's expensive. But, this is what you do. You learn things. Thank you for the raid, by the way. Thank you, Legal Vices, for the raid. I appreciate it. I appreciate all you guys who are here. Thank you very much. If I could ask all the Legal Vices who are raiding, if I could kindly direct your attention to the pinned comment and just simply hit that and retweet it, that would really, really help the channel a lot. It would help to bring attention to it, and I'd really, really help. Thank you very much. What's the context for the poll? The context for the poll is the bloodstains on the shirt. We had a disagreement over spatter and splatter, and we're having a disagreement on this now. James from Court's here. Hello, James from Court. James? Hello? Is there anybody out there? Can you even hear me? Is there anyone at all? While James from Court is trying to find the unmute button, we will continue reading. Feel free to talk up anytime, though, James. Sled's destruction of Murdaugh's shirt may have well happened in bad faith, but it also could be mere gross negligence. At this point, the defense does not have sufficient evidence to determine whether chemical destruction of the shirt was done in bad faith. However, defense is entitled to a pretrial hearing where counsel can question it to determine why the tests were performed, foreseeable consequence, or the effect of the testing. Maybe. Maybe. James from Court has gone away. Maybe he'll come back. Maybe come back. You're like a fool to me. Something we could do without you. Maybe come back. All right. But this motion was filed like yesterday. We're not having a pretrial hearing about this probably now. But maybe we are, because we're having a hearing about it this afternoon, I guess. So maybe we are having a hearing, I guess, this afternoon. But the bad faith here is not merely destruction of the shirt. Manifest bad faith occurred in Sled's dishonest concealment of the destruction when obtaining a false report from Bevel, stating that Murdaugh's shirt had over 100 velocity stains consistent with gunshot, when Sled knows the shirt does not have any human blood on it at all. That's not exactly true. That's not exactly true, as we've discussed. Sled might believe it is human blood, despite the test not showing human blood, because as we've determined, apparently we can pull DNA from smaller samples and we're able to determine its DNA. So I guess strictly speaking, we may not be able to determine its blood, but we know it's human DNA. So close enough. So like, if this is coming down to, they said blood, but it could be any human DNA, argue it to a jury. Right? It's like, why blood when it could be any kind of human DNA? Really? This is the argument you want to go with? It could be skin cells. Okay, fine. I don't care. SLED did not like the initial report because it said the stains were not consistent with blood splatter. The Zoom call was meant to get him to change his opinion. Maybe. But that doesn't necessarily imply, it doesn't necessarily imply malfeasance. Maybe other people took a look at it and other people had an opinion and they wanted to talk it out. And maybe pressure was brought to bear, maybe not. I don't know. In response, he asked to examine the shirt. It's reasonable when changing his opinion to be what the state wanted to be. Bevel will at least want the cover saying he reviewed additional evidence. SLED then destroyed it before he went to retrieve it. I don't know. Maybe he's able, based on the current evidence, to put in a new light. James is back. James?
Hey there, I can hear you now. Sorry.
James is back with audio.
Yes. Good to see
James,
everyone.
we were just discussing the finer points of these motions to exclude blood, DNA, whatever evidence, and I have many, many technical questions, but let's not focus on that right now. Let's focus on what you're hearing in the courtroom today and when the court is coming back and what the atmosphere is like compared to yesterday.
Yeah, so basically, they went through the last jury pool rather quickly, ended it. They are going to come back tomorrow. They're going to hear back later, and then they're all going to come back. I'm pretty sure around, I think 11. I could be wrong, but I think one of the people said that. But anyway, they're coming back tomorrow, and that's when they're all going to go through now all of the eligible jurors. As far as the courtroom, I mean, not much has changed. There's a lot less reporters. I mean, I wouldn't say a lot less. A few of the, some of the benches were kind of less full than they were yesterday, I think. And then basically, he seems a lot less focused on the jury and more so on documents and speaking with the attorneys and stuff. Whereas yesterday, he took a lot of time, like watching the jurors, like, taking notes on them and stuff, like turned around. And today his back was faced basically to them a lot. But, otherwise normal day.
Okay. So talk to me a little bit more about the scene. So are there are all the same sort of trucks there with the news crews outside, or has that changed as well?
Yeah, there's still tents and stuff around. It's not the same like yesterday. You had a lot of cameras with people who were, out front actually live, saying probably things like, oh, today's the first day of the trial. Not a lot of like the same. And well, actually true. Yesterday there was also a lot of independent people around, like with their cameras, like almost like paparazzi type that looked like to get the shots of him coming in. Wasn't so much of that today. Court TV, obviously, you have Law and Crime, you have CNN, some of the other ones that are still there. Although, I think one of the CNN people isn't there. So it seems like, again, because of the hoopla from the first day kind of died down, maybe some of the big time reporters have now gone on,
Okay. So in terms of the courtroom itself, I assume it was equally packed for the panel this morning as it was in previous days.
It was, and I've realized that the reason they're not admitting general audience at this point is probably because of the size of the jury pool. I mean, the back, literally 7 rows are filled with jury, and there's 7 on each side, so it's 14 rows, and they're all filled with jury members. So, once I guess the jury's, it's picked, that whole section will be opened up.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so they're done with jury selection for the day, and they're done with the panels, and they're going to do the second round of attorney questioning based voir dire tomorrow morning. Is that the deal?
Yes.
And they're planning on doing opening arguments tomorrow afternoon?
That's what I saw Shanley report. Who knows? I can imagine that they're going to take their time with this one. I really do think a lot of this is going to be picking the jury. I mean, I don't
Sure.
know. I mean, the only reason I say that is from like intuition, because I feel like if I were someone like Murdaugh, who, part of winning this case is picking a jury that you feel, one, is not going to be biased towards you in any way, of course, but then two, it could, people that maybe you want on the jury. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I'm just thinking, if I were someone defending myself, all the different tactics I would use. And of course, the state is going to do the same thing, trying to find out, well, is this person connected to them in any sort of possible way? But I think the state is probably going to have less issues than the defense will. What do you think
What's
about that?
I mean, I couldn't really intelligently say. I mean, it depends a lot on how the state feels about its case. I mean, I was looking at some of this blood spatter evidence stuff, as we said, and based on what they're reporting, it seems thin. Like, even if it comes in, it seems like it's thin and easily attackable. And so maybe that's not all it purports to be, and maybe there's other evidence. So, but I imagine that both sides are thinking quite a bit about the juror and what jurors they want and who will help them and stuff like that. I suppose the state does have a benefit of the zeitgeist, especially in the region with Murdaugh, that people know him and are already aware of the charges against him. And so the defense might be working from a point of disadvantage. But I mean, I assume both sides will be paying attention to the jury. So do you know what time they're coming back this afternoon for the hearing?
I would assume after lunch, 2:30, maybe 2. I don't know exactly. I don't know if I'll stay for that part. The jury part was really what I wanted to get, because I wanted to see, one, the jurors who are going to be picked. Now I have a greater understanding of who they're going to be from the start, so I can go back to my notes and see, oh, it was this person, and they have this sort of background or things like that. But I think that they'll be starting soon-ish, and then probably going not late today, because this won't be something that I'll have to go late for.
Do you know if they're going to broadcast the hearing?
No, they're not.
They're not broadcasting in the hearing.
No, I think they're starting broadcasting with opening statements.
Well, I mean, they've been broadcasting just the audio of the
audio. I mean, I thought you meant television. No, they should be broadcasting the audio of the hearing. Yes, my apologies.
Okay, well, if they broadcast the audio, then I'll probably cover that, because that sounds interesting. And we can learn something about how the court assesses expert testimony and things like that, and how that is, because it's interesting trying to read it from its naked form and trying to assess it when the court's obviously had more time to think about it. But that they're doing this hearing. So, but yeah, maybe you should get some additional sleep. You may need it in the upcoming days.
I think I will, and I ended up getting in at like 2 in the morning 2 nights ago, sleeping 3 hours, getting up at 5, because it's an hour drive to the courthouse. And then, of course, last night I didn't get much sleep, and then waking up again at 5, 6. So I will get some sleep. I don't think I'll be there today, or I may stop in for a little bit just to see the beginning part of it. But I'm really excited for the actual trial of opening statements. So I think that'll be exciting.
Cool. Earlier on stream, I was shopping with the chat for possible power stations that I could bring with me to help charge my laptop and such. So maybe my dreams of streaming from outside the courtroom may still come to pass. So we will discuss that in more detail. But thank you for dropping by, and appreciate your time, and get some good rest, James.
Absolutely. Thank you. It's good to talk to you like always. And until next time, bye, everyone.
Right, bye for now. James from court, everyone. Thanks for dropping by, James. So that was interesting. So apparently they're going to start up in a half hour. Let me see how much more of this I can cover, and then I'm going to take a break for lunch, and then we'll stream some more. Where am I in this document? Page 9 of 96. I'm not reading 96 pages. I'm not seeing 96 pages. But yeah, what James says is that the hoopla is not as big as yesterday. James says that they are done with the jury selection. The jury will be brought in tomorrow for the second phase of voir dire. And they're talking about doing opening arguments tomorrow afternoon, which sounds borderline impossible. If we were in federal court, because the federal court, yeah, but state courts, they tend to be a little bit more open. But hey, everything's dependent on the judge, so we'll see. So let's see. Yeah, I'll eat eventually. I'll eat eventually. Stay live and eat with us. Well, I can't really do that, and eating on camera is its own problem. Plus, I have to get up and heat the thing and all the rest of it, and blah blah blah. It's no good. So yeah, but for the 879 of you who are here, thank you. Make sure to retweet the thing. If you haven't already, hit the pinned comment and retweet it. If you have Twitter, that would help a lot to help bring attention. And if you also want to do something else, you can check out my Twitter and also retweet the stream for this afternoon if you're feeling particularly helpful. Let's see. The good faith response would have been simply to accept Bevel's report because no additional evidence was available. But the state needs blood spatter evidence because it's exceedingly difficult to explain how Murdaugh could have murdered Paul with multiple 12-gauge blasts at point-blank range in a small closet without getting at least some blood spatter on his shirt. I didn't realize this occurred in a closet. And if they were both in the closet at the time, then that would be kind of hard. Are they both in the closet at the time the shotgun blast is going off? How are you have space for that? Unless it's a really big closet. But still, I don't know, man. When I be back, I'd schedule it for 2. When I think the court is supposed to come back. It's already, the afternoon stream is already posted, and I already have the redirect in place. It's scheduled for 2 o'clock Central, or scheduled for 1 o'clock Central, which is a half hour from now. And the time might move depending on what the court does. I'll come back when the stream comes back. I need a break like everyone else. Let's see. After all, blood was spattered all over the closet, door, wall, and ceiling. So instead of accepting an honest exculpatory report, the state changed to falsely inculpate the report. Paul might have been in the closet. Where's Murdaugh? Point blank range, by the way, as a technical matter, I don't know how they use it, but point blank range, what that means technically, it's just the distance at which you can ignore the fall off from gravity. That's point blank range, which depending on what you're doing can be quite a ways away. Right? 50 feet can be point blank. If you can ignore the gravity from the bullet drop, depending on the bullet and depending what's going on, that's point blank. So they say point blank, which you think like right up against each other, but technically point blank is just the distance at which you can ignore gravity. So maybe he's 50 feet away. I don't know. The closet was probably the size of their house. That too. 6 recognized bloodstain experts did not examine the shirt seen in Oklahoma laboratory and determined the shirts are spatter from approximately the bottom third up of the shirt. Okay. And then in the footnote, they say lie, which is kind of accusatory, but okay. The same photographs that allegedly led him to say there was no blood spatter on the shirt caused by gunshot, which happened to be consistent with the fact there's no blood on the shirt, which we strictly speaking don't know, but moving on, and with the fact that Paul's DNA is not on the shirt. Isn't it? I thought it was. Didn't we read it was in the other motion? Why are you confusing me? Hold on. Yeah. Hold on. I am so confused now. The fact that Paul's DNA is not on the shirt, but in this other motion, you wrote In a report dated July 25th, 2021, one cutting from the back of the shirt tested positive for Maggie's DNA. Paul was excluded as a DNA contributor for that cutting. Of the cuttings from the front bottom portion of the shirt, one tested positive for Paul's DNA. So the cuttings from the front bottom portion of the shirt tested positive for Paul's DNA. And now you're saying that Paul's DNA is not on the shirt. What? With the fact that Paul's DNA is not on the shirt, but in the other motion, you said the cuttings for the back of the shirt tested positive. Paul was excluded. On the cuttings from the front bottom portion of the shirt, one tested positive for Paul DNA. Front bottom was smeared blood, not spattered blood. I understand that. But here they're saying Paul's DNA is not on the shirt, which is not what they said in the other document. They said it wasn't spatter, but now they're saying it's not there at all. I mean, that's what that says. I think. I'm confused. The only thing that changed in the final report is relentless pressure from SLED and a personal visit from Agent Owen. But even that was insufficient to change Mr. Bevel's opinion. Okay. SLED also lied to him. SLED never told Bevel that no human blood was on the shirt. That, strictly speaking, wouldn't be a lie, but okay. The November 10th, 2021 supplemental DNA report is not on the list of information contained in the final report. It's never given to him, which is why its final report repeatedly refers to stains as blood stains. This is a very definition of lie by omission. It's not. Okay. But even without the deceitful bad faith, it seems like maybe it's too much. I maybe it's me, but I think like the defense is overreaching. It feels too much. I don't know. And also, they could just like leave the argument and let the saying like they're bad faith actors and meanies who lie. They could just say, here's some problems and inconsistencies, and this doesn't make sense. I don't know. I'm not sure. The absence of Paul's DNA on the shirt, which was there, is similarly exculpatory and apparently even earlier. For the foregoing reason, blah, blah, blah. And here's a photo of the shirt, which, to be fair, if that has blood spatter on it, I mean, apparently this is the shirt in all of its glory. Apparently this is the shirt of which we were able to find 40 or 100 blood spatter marks. I don't know, man. I don't know. And then here's some stuff from SLED and their reports and blah, 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 whatever. All right. I'm taking a break for lunch. I am taking a break for lunch. It comes off a little grandstandy, I agree. It comes off as grandstandy. All right. So we are currently scheduled to be back in a half hour. That time may move depending on when the court comes back. In the meantime, I'm having some soup because I'm hungry. It could be different cuttings. They take several cuttings according to the report. Yeah, but they said it wasn't on the shirt. They didn't say it wasn't on the cutting. So I'm going to have that. And I'm also going to contemplate whether or not I'm making a trip to South Carolina or not. I suppose I should also close out the poll. The whether or not it's spatter or splatter, 47% of you said spatter forever. 53% of you said splatter, ride or die. So a very close vote, but a very divided vote. So, good times. So we will contemplate making the trip to South Carolina. And we will also contemplate my need for power bank batteries and see how that goes. So all the rest of it. So I'll be back in about a half hour or so. This stream will automatically redirect you to that stream so that you can go ahead and like, comment, subscribe, and all that shit, and hit the retweet on all that one too. We'll be back. If they're streaming the audio from the hearing, we will do that because it sounds very interesting. On a technical level, it'll be interesting to see how the court assesses it. So all the rest of it, I've been on civil law. Until later, my friends, I hope all is well. Cheers, my friends. And goodbye.